Well, well, well. Hello and welcome to another episode on To Be Dice. I am joined by several of our lovely cast here tonight. Say hello, intrepid heroes.
Hello, intrepid heroes.
Awesome.
Hello.
Uh, I am Oz, otherwise known as Son of a Ghost on all the interwebs, and tonight I'll be joined with. Take it away.
I'm taking it away. Hi,
Mhm.
my name is Matt, also known as War Tornado on the interwebs. You guys know that I'm here normally, but except I'm normally over here. But now I'm sitting here, and tonight I had the pleasure of playing Meryl, who is a wizard and of the Elven persuasion, and you get to learn more as the night goes on.
Yes, Victor.
Hello, everybody. Is Victor underscore the story weaver over here? Very excited to be here. Always excited to see these beautiful people. Today, I am going to be playing the very Koikadai, who is a barbarian. Um, yeah, this is gonna mess shit up.
Love it. And in the purple corner, we have.
Hi, Lily or Lady Lily in Twitch, TikTok, and Instagram. Today I'm playing Emily the Starry Eyed, a very optimistic cleric who left her noble life to go out and be a healer. So it should be fun.
Moving on down, we have Chaz.
Yeah, hello, I'm Charles, and I'm playing a Tiefling Warlock whose name is Mark Sherrill. He has a very emo background, and he needs to do and get something done. And
Love it. Okay. And in the other purple corner, we have.
Hello, my name is Taylor, also known as Nerdy Pinup Girl, on most social media platforms, mainly active on the TikTok and Instagrams. Today, I will be playing the sorceress satyr Belladonna. She is a fae who very much kind of just likes to enjoy her own little hobbies, but when she is set out to do something or accompany a mission, she puts in her best efforts. And she tries her best to get along with people, but she sometimes just kind of gets confused about individuals from time to time.
Love it. Awesome. Well, a little bit about tonight. Tonight's going to be a little special one shot that's near and dear to my heart based on one of my characters that are in Matt's campaign. Goes by the name of Soul. And this should be an interesting one because there's a lot. There's a lot of backstory here. Tonight we'll be starting in the Feywild, and what mysteries and wonders happen in the Feywild? Well, that is all to be diced. Get some music going here, real quick. So, we begin tonight, starting out with a mystical wizard. He is now seen approaching the front doors of the Unseelie Court's palace. Matt, what does your character look like as he stands before the opulent halls?
So Meryl is a high elven individual. He stands probably about 5'9". Um, Definitely has, a bit of a darker complexion, but it's not the tone of his skin. It is the air about him more so than anything else. Um, he wears um, he wears robes that are more so form fitting. Also dark in color, lots of blacks, dark grays, but accented in like navy blues. And he has a very gnarled looking staff that he walks with. And his gaze um, looks at everything as if he was studying it for the very first time. And a smirk that seems like he knows more than he's letting on. And he is flanked by two half decomposed individuals.
Your presence has not gone unnoticed, for there are eyes everywhere in the unseated court.
Excellent.
And the doors to the court open for you, and as you exit, or as you stand there and watch, a figure emerges from the door. A small figure wearing a deep green gray hood emerges from the nearby shadows of the door. The figure seems to gracefully glide across the ground, its steps making no noise whatsoever. A shock of messy red hair and an even redder bulbous nose appears from under the hood as they approach, revealing what appears to be a very tired but also anxious looking halfling. He bows to you. Ah, Mira, it is a wondrous pleasure to see you again. Yes, I see that you have brought your traveling companions.
Ah, yes, I cannot go anywhere without them, and low bow in return. So, what have you for me?
Well, let me introduce myself. I am Trefor Trickfoot of the Marshwindale Trickfoots, and yes, I was told to deliver this envelope to you. Uh, I'm not sure what it is. I need you to give me an Arcana check.
We can do that. Yeah. Yeah. All right. We rolled low, but don't worry. That's still a 15.
You do not pass. However, what is presented before you is a black envelope with a gold wax seal sealing it closed. You see that the seal has the symbol for the Heralds of Dust pressed into it. And it's very shiny for some reason.
Mm.
The seal itself.
We will carefully open the envelope.
All right. Dearest reader, I present to you a mutually beneficial proposition. An evil darkness has taken root here in the city of Dorms, weaving a bloody trail while shrouding itself in lies and pinning its falsehoods on Dustman's doorstep. Your dealings and skills have highlighted you as an ideal candidate in solving the string of crimes. In return, you will be granted one boon, the nature of which will be finalized upon acceptance of the aforementioned task. And a hefty sum of 1,000 platinum, of course. To discuss this further, Please bring this letter to the Tipsy Threshold located in the city of Caradur and ask for a drink from the waters of death. In trust, Arduindale Akanimedore, factor of the First Circle and speaker for the Herald of Dust.
He will carefully fold the letter, reinsert it in the envelope, and tuck it into the robes.
As you look up from tucking it in your robes, you see Tray 4 is gone.
Well, it did not seem to want to stay and bid us adieu. Is that not right, Kavra? Where did she go? And that's how I'm explaining that.
The camera pans to a wooded grove. A house sits in a clearing. It's very ornate in detail, but still simplistic and homely. Flowers surround the hut, and golden leaves are embossed in the wood of the doorframe. As the door opens, out steps a very colorfully dressed satyr. Belladonna, what does your character look like?
So Belladonna stands at about 5'4". Her fur on her goat-like legs on her lower half are dark brown to black nearing her hooves with hints and accents of deep purples, and she adorns on her upper torso kind of like a feathered chest plate. Across her chest she has a leather strap with a wand that seems to be made of almost a silver-like stone that almost looks to be sharpened to a point, with almost a glowing purple aura around the tip. The leather strap is covering for the handle that looks very aged. She also adorns around her neck a small vial that looks like it contains a red viscous liquid. She has bright pink eyes, long dark hair that cascades in waves down her back, rather pale skin, and she has massive horns that curl around her head before obscuring outwards that are accented with bits of gold. And it almost looks like there is vines of gold coming up from the base of her horns. The flowers surrounding her small cottage are surrounded by all different kinds of poisonous flowers, from foxgloves to belladonna flowers, and many other poisonous varieties. She is tending to them, just kind of checking on them and just living her simple life, relaxing, and kind of like her vacation house whenever she is not surfing and visiting the astral plane.
Okay. As you walk down your steps to go tend to your flowers, you hear a sneeze as a halfling sits bolt upright from the flower bed. Oh, I'm sorry, miss. Are you, Belladonna, perhaps?
I am indeed. What are you doing in my flower beds?
I
Are you okay, good sir?
I'm quite all right. I'm quite all right.
Oh, you sure? Because you were. Never mind. If you're not convulsing by this point, I guess you'll be fine. What is it you're doing here?
It smells nice. I couldn't stop. I couldn't help but stop and smell your flowers. It was a lovely experience, and I guess I just fell asleep.
I can't help but have mad respect for what you just said, but you're kind of scaring me a little bit. What are you doing here? How did you even find this place?
Oh, yes. And he stands up and brushes himself off. I am Trayfor Trickfoot of the Marshwindale Trickfoot. Yes. I was asked to deliver this letter. And he extends to you the same black envelope.
She looks a little confused as she reaches her hands out and takes the letter. Her nails are painted like a obsidian kind of black with a bit of a rainbow sheen over it. And she just kind of looks at it and she goes, I have not given anybody this address.
The heralds, they have their way, and as you can see, their symbol is embossed upon the letter there.
I swear, no matter where I go, some people still seem to find me. And she goes and pulls out the parchment to read it over.
And you get the same exact message as before. If you would like, give me an Arcana check.
I believe I have Arcana check. Alright, that will be a 12 plus 6 for a 18.
Awesome. You pass. And you see the exact same symbol embossed upon there. However, the symbol has been traced with a magical black liquid that you know is used for certain magical properties. I.e., if this would be a school of magic, I would say abjuration magic.
What kind of magic would that be exactly?
Changing the fabric of something, like the understanding of what that thing is. Like
an illusion?
Example, no, that's because you have illusion magic. Abjuration is like the fundamental core of changing something, like an alter self spell.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm kind of new to this. What do you mean by like the alter transmutation is okay, so changing something. So was this supposed to be something different before, or this ink?
You know this as how to describe this. Nope, there's no way to describe. You know this to be a portal key.
Okay. By portal key as in like we boop it and then we go zoop, or like
No, you know that you have to, as the letter has stated, you have to bring it to somewhere.
okay. So it's kind of like your invitation, pretty much your magical
Yes.
invitation. All right, that makes sense. She upon reading over it, she will kind of tilt her head to the side and she goes, I don't really find much need for compensation or money, but if something is to be taken care of that could corrupt this world, I do not mind offering my help.
As you say these words, you look up and you realize the halfling is gone.
What a strange little man. Well, I shall pack up my things and I shall head out. Make sure that my flowers are well watered before I leave. I do not know how long I'm going to be gone.
And she will go back in, start packing, and ready her journey.
Fantastic. And the camera pans once again to a fight ring that happens once every couple of years in the Feywild. Very famous championship, but only to the denizens who like to keep it secret. They pay big money for it. The crowd, you can hear the jeers, the yelling, the commotion as two individuals are duking it out. One, a very short fairy, and the other, a very large Goliath. And as the fight concludes, the fairy obviously winning because he's just that awesome, and he goes to his changing room. As he's in his changing room, he looks in the mirror. Victor, can you describe Ko for us?
Yes, so this is a about 2.5 feet tall fairy. Um, their hair is thick and curly and currently messy. It's kind of like a bit of a fro-ish, just falling, covering part of his face and his eyes, just with all this the sweat and like some bruises on his body. He enters the changing room, still keeping sort of like the posturing of having won the fat battle without any effort. And it's only after he gets inside and there's nobody around that he sort of cracks his neck, and then you just see him sort of shrug one of his shoulders as he does a quick, and like one of his wings just sort of snaps, and he just doesn't move up. Oh, also good. And it's just that moment of, oh, that was a good one. Yeah, that was a good one. Uh,
As
and
you crack your wing back into place, there is a soft rap at your door, and then if you don't answer it quick, it gets louder and faster.
you just have at first, uh, Koi has a moment of, yeah, yeah, yeah. I said, yeah, I said, and then he's just,
Keep knocking.
and he just goes to the door. It's like, what?
And while you are 2 feet tall, this short figure still towers over you as he is standing at a solid 4 feet. Treyford Trickfoot stands at your doorstep. Ah, yes, Mr. Coe. Yes, that was a lovely performance out there. You sure showed him.
Oh, what
Uh,
do you want?
yes, I am Treyford Trickfoot of the Marshwindale Trickfoots, and I was asked to deliver this letter for you.
Just snags it. Another fight, maybe?
I don't believe. I mean, maybe. It's by the Herald of Dust, and they do a lot of death dealing. So yes, I quite agree. It might be a fight. Who knows?
Uh-huh. All right. Sure. All right. Thank you. And he just tosses the letter to the side, turns around, just goes back to like just fixing himself.
And if you had shut your door, like,
Oh yeah, it's the toss, and as it turns, door is just shutting in the face of the Bigfoot. It's just one flow, no thought, like no
yeah,
consideration whatsoever.
Treyford goes as like he's about to say something else, and then the door is just slammed in his face.
Yeah.
And you hear a muffled ah as the bulbous nose is slammed by the door.
Yeah, you see, Koei just has a moment of closes the door, goes back. It's just he'll probably his body is covered in scars of various time, like healing times, and there is this sort of the transition from that high, the high of the fight, which is where his mind is clear, is as he starts to remove the wraps around his arms, and he starts to like clean himself up and starts getting like his regular clothing, his facade is slowly changing as he starts to feel the dread of no longer being in the adrenaline filled ring and in the middle of battle. And it is in that restlessness where he eyes the letter, and that's when he goes to it. And he just opens it as like in the hopes of a distraction or something that will promise him the getting back into something else.
Okay. The camera pans once again to a different forest this time. The Silverwood Forest. Miles and miles of very tall and towering, hundreds and hundreds of feet tall, towering tree trunks, all in silver, actual shining silver. And stalking through these woods a, what did you say? That's an elf, correct? Um,
Me?
yes, yes.
High elf, yeah.
High elf, okay. A high elf is making her way through, and can you describe to us what your character looks like, and maybe what some thoughts might be going through her mind as she is searching the forest?
So, Amelie the Starry-Eyed is walking through the forest in search of any herbs or magical items or just general knowledge for her healing magic. She's holding both her quarterstaff, which is in the shape of a vine, though sturdy, with gems in the shape of leaves at each end, sharpened in case of she needs help and needs to fight. Her hair is a strawberry blonde, though her skin is tanned with freckles. She models her dress after a mix of cleric and fairy princess, while the top is very leathered and well fitted for any kind of activity she might need. Her skirt would always flow in different types of fashion. Today, I believe it is a form of silk that she has cast a spell on so that it does not get dirty and still circles around her. She's very obsessed with looking like a fairy princess, where she wants to bring happiness to everyone. And what better way than to see brilliant colors? She's stalking through the forest looking for herbs for a village nearby with a bit of a illness problem going around. She's not entirely sure what she can do to help, so she's trying to find something in the forest that might give her some guidance. She's not too attuned with her deity since she focuses more on people around, so her mind is just lost on wanting to help them and what she can do. She throws herself into this like nurse or doctor role to forget about what happened with her failed engagement, and she has devoted her life to this.
Okay.
She's walking around. She's humming a song.
Okay. If you could hum it for us, if you would like. If not,
Sure. Yeah. Please don't jump out at me. I'm just looking for other herbs to find. Please don't jump out at me. I'm just looking for other herbs to find.
and as you finish that last note, falling from a nearby tree, shorter, hopefully, because he would have died, is a halfling. He lands in the brush next to you. Oh, oh that doesn't normally happen. What? Ah, hello. Yes. Pleasure to see you.
Oh my!
I
Aren't you
was.
precious?
Yes. I've never been called that before, but very well. Yes, I am Treyfor Trickfoot of the Marshwindale Trickfoots, and I was sent to give you this letter. And same
For me? I
black.
hardly ever get letters. I travel far too much.
Well, consider this to be your first, I suppose. And he hands it over to you.
Before I take it, it's not poisoned, right? My hand won't shrivel or explode before I touch it. I
Well,
trust you to be honest.
I am as alive as possible, I suppose. I'm still here holding it, so I think it's fine.
That is true. And she takes the letter. She opens it up with a flare. And she drops her basket first and opens it up with a flare and reads the contents.
Exact same contents, exact same everything. I would say, naturally being a cleric,
Mhm.
what is your deity's nature?
I think I went with nature actually.
Nature. Okay.
There it is. I was like, where's my domain? Why doesn't it tell me I did pick one?
Features and traits.
Features and thank you. Knowledge.
Knowledge. Okay. Yes, I would say that with your clerical focus, you know exactly that this sigil
Yes.
on the back has more magical properties. You aren't quite sure. I'll leave it up to an Arcana check if you would like to see exactly what it is.
Is that with the D20?
Yes.
10 plus 9 for 19.
Yes. So same thing. You know that this is a portal key to a certain place. You have to bring it with you.
Okay.
And as you are finished reading it, you drop a letter. You see that Trey4 has disappeared. And as he has disappeared, you get the faintest smell of brimstone.
Brimstone. Well, that wasn't very nice. You could have at least said goodbye. Oh, well, I don't need money, but I definitely want to help. After all, if something happens to the world, people won't be happy. I guess the herbs will have to wait. I'll send a message to one of my other healer friends. I'm sure they can help. She quickly devises a way to send a message through an animal, sends them off. Okay.
Beautiful.
That way I don't have the thoughts of those poor villagers on my mind. Well, I guess it's time to go.
The camera pans out, zooms out. The image of the high elf exiting the clearing, and behind a tree lurks a figure. Marks, what do you look like?
Marx is, of course, a tiefling. He's about 6 foot tall, and he has well, kind of my hair, very very poofy. But the top part is like black, and underneath is like a bright blue that he tends to hide, and his horns kind of like twist out, and at certain angles they form kind of like a heart. But at the same time, he since people tend to hate on his kind, he's always like covered up or wearing a cloak because I tend to have a light red skin that he would have been made fun of.
Okay. As you make a movement to go from around the tree to follow after, a halfling appears next to the tree next to you, back pressed against it as he looks like he's cleaning his nails. You know, they say if you take a picture, it'll last longer, and a picture's worth 1,000 words. Oh, yes, I was sent to deliver this letter for you as well. And he also tosses you another letter.
I just catch it with my tail just to bring it up. If that is all, then you should get going before I take this as a threat for finding me is as such.
Ah, yes, quite right. And he snaps his fingers, and puff of smoke, and you smell brimstone. Now that we have met all of our characters, whether it was because of the promise of riches, some favor granted, or simply pure curiosity, a stiff, chill breeze greets you as you each arrive at the door of the Tipsy Threshold at about dusk. The musical nightlife of Carador just picking up to speed as you take in the tavern's overtly colorful facade. A facade that looks a bit out of place next to the noble gray, pale green, and brown Gothic frescoes that make up the rest of Carador's streets. As you all enter the tavern, you can't help but notice familiar black envelopes clutched in each of your fellow patrons' hands. In the low light, you take in some new and maybe familiar faces. Do you acknowledge each other?
Oh my. Well, hello.
We'll
Is
say
this
as sorry, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I will say as Belladonna's approaching, you see the satyr taking a deep breath as what looks like black tattoos kind of embodied across her chest and over her shoulders. And she just kind of searches around the inside of the tavern before the envelope clutched in hand, before she just kind of does she see if anyone else is seated? If not, she will join them. But if not, she is going to just find a empty table, or
I
if the
would
halfling is
s-
sitting anywhere, she will join them.
I would say that Belladonna is the first to arrive. No one is seated, and no one of the party is seated. Inside, you will find some musicians. You can't quite make out their details because it is a frosted glass, so you can't really tell what they're doing. But you see flashes of light, and you hear music coming from the tavern. You can only assume that some kind of entertainment being put on.
All right. Is there any sign of the halfling anywhere?
None.
No. Give me just a moment. I think can I believe I have, let me make sure I have detect magic. But if I could ritually cast detect magic to see if I can sense the same magic that within the tavern or around the tavern that matches with the envelope.
Okay. How does your spell work for you? How do you perceive detect magic?
She does not. She just kind of sits there for a moment. She kind of just touches her hand to her chest, imbuing and tracing, just kind of fey languages over, or fey letters over her chest. As she kind of just softly mutters to herself, and her pink eyes kind of glow a little bit brighter.
Okay. So do you view the magic in like colors and hues,
I
or
would
do you
say like
sense it?
she can kind of see like in auras of certain magic, but I feel like it would more be like the magic that she is seeking out would kind of seem almost like a pull to her.
Okay. Okay. Um, the hues that you see of the fresco of the tavern are brighter. It's almost like someone turned on the sun. This whole inn is magical. In particular, the actual magic you're looking for is by the bar. In fact, it's right next to it.
Right next to the bar, or just like
Yes.
by the bar?
You as you look through the frosted glass, it's a big open expanse, and then the very back lining that is just a very long bar. It ends just as it gets to the wall.
So she would probably open the door, enter into the tavern, and make her way to the bar, just allowing that natural pull to guide her as you hear the clip cloppy of hooves as she makes her way across the wooden floor.
Okay. As you are making your way, I would say that Ko is probably the next to arrive. Um, Coming in, flying in, walking in, however you do these things.
He would enter this place just like figure it would be a very sort of heavy-handed, you know, like opening and then stepping in, pausing, looking around. No brawls, no fights. Okay, bar it is. And then it's just unlike the attire that he was wearing during the fight, which was very sort of minimal and primal and stuff. He's now wearing this very formal looking attire. His wings are hidden in the back of his, like sort of like laying and overlapping, almost as if they were part of the coat that he's wearing. And he's just sort of stumbles, makes his way to the bar. And as soon as he sits down, he just has a moment of, oh yeah, know anything about this? And just puts the letter in front. Also, that over there, what's whatever, just Pat, just give it. And just reaches for the earnings of his fight, just puts it on the counter, and it's just gesturing like, give me the bottle, just give me the bottle.
Hang on, I gotta skip around. A elven bartender narrows his eyes at you, holding your gaze for a few moments before. Oh wait, back up. That's the wrong one. There we go. An impossibly large and muscular, platinum blonde male elf stands behind the bar.
Smash.
He is hulking gargantuan. Think Hulk, turn him into an elf with silver hair. Bam, that's what you got.
Smash. If Legolas actually like bulked up, dig it.
Koi is literally just like standing on the seat. Just standing on the seat. Just give me. That's me.
The seat that you are actually standing in is a black circular stool head. It is levitating in front of the bar. So you're kind of wobbly as you stand up there, and he just regards you, grunts, and just slams the bottle down that you have requested. But before he releases the bottle, he's like,
This what part of it is just like gesturing to like the coin that like to the coin that it dropped next to the letter that it dropped, as if it's, I don't.
And
what?
then he pulls out a placard and slams it onto the counter. You read that it is platinum for this bottle.
Just.
Can I pay for it?
Do you have the platinum?
Did you say that out loud?
Are you saying that you're already in the tavern?
Yeah, I wouldn't I've been. Oh, we're walking into the tavern. I thought we teleported in the tavern.
No, not yet.
Oh, okay. Then all right. Then never mind. Sorry.
Okay.
Because I think I do have one.
If that's the case, I think it's just going to be that moment where it just has a moment where it looks at the elf up, just, right now, I really wish we were at the arena. Just give me whatever this gets me. And just, do you know anything about this?
He gives you just a blank stare as you mention the envelope, and then he kind of gives you a condescending chuckle as he reaches under the bar, pulls out bottom shelf liquor, just well liquor, whatever it is.
I will say, once Ko points to the envelope, Belladonna will kind of go over after she takes a seat at the bar. She's going to place her envelope down in front of hers, and she's going to turn to the bartender. She goes, "Excuse me, may I please have a mug of ale?" And she will put a gold piece on the counter as she kind of glares over at the very rude, aggressive kind of fairy for a moment, as she then gives a gentle smile before turning back to the bartender to receive her drink.
And he goes to the bar tab and pulls it down, pouring you a very bright amber liquid that you can only assume is ale, hands it to you across the bar.
Koi looking at Belladonna as the drink is being put, without looking away from Belladonna, before the bartender can leave, has a moment of, "Hey, wait. I'll arm wrestle you for the platinum bottle."
I love this. Oh, I love
Al-
this. You just hear
already
Belladonna go.
deviating. Okay. First, give me a persuasion check. Because he's a bartender. He's not going to just arm wrestle you for nothing.
That's a nat 20.
Jesus Christ.
I was actually willing to help Co out and just pull a Ben Luck for him if he couldn't make that, but fucking nat 20, guys. Let's go.
First roll of the session started with a nat 20.
Oh, Jesus.
We're doing
Okay. He places his massive forearm on the counter as he kind of crouches down to look at you. And kind of just snorts in your direction and raises his hand.
You just see Koi go, he looks at Belladonna. This is gonna be fun. And he has a moment like rolls his head, you just like shake his shoulders, his wings behind him sort of like flur a little bit, like have a little bit of like a clack clack of just like the stretching. And that very way smaller arm just sort of reaches and just probably sort of almost the hand almost disappears underneath the elf's hand.
He's basically gripping your entire like wrist and hand like this, and just kind of like he kind of shakes it a little bit, kind of like almost as if he's like shaking your whole body.
Oh,
And
he'll find that though little he be fierce. That arm for the size is not that easily moved. He's just holding.
Okay.
Belladonna's laid back, mug in hand. She is intrigued.
Contested rolls. Here we go. Just give me a flat strength check.
All right.
And whatever you add with it.
That is going to be a 19.
Wow. Okay. That was a 17. So you see this giant hulking man of an elf as he's focusing on the match, and he frowns. He's kind of raised his eyebrow, looked at you, and back at the hand. And he just can't move it. It's not happening. You let him budge a little bit, kind of play with them, and then you bring it right back, and just before you slam him to the table, and you hear a very solid, audible as you fractured his wrist.
Oh, that was a good one. You okay? Yeah.
He leans back.
Can I cast mending on his wrist?
Sure.
Does that work?
No,
No?
it does not.
You cast it. Does it work? No.
No, I'm just wondering, like, mending as in, like, fusing the bone back together at least. Will it be painful? I don't know, but...
You go to cast a spell on him, and as soon as you see the sparks of magic leave your fingertips, it dissipates.
Interesting.
You also go to try and recall to see if your detect magic is still up. It's not.
Belladonna just kind of clocks that, puts it back in her noggin as she is going to look around the bar to see if there's anybody else walking in with these peculiar envelopes.
You see a wizard, or what you can only assume to be a wizard, dressed in all of his fanciful robes and his gnarled staff. And his telltale cookie cutter wizard. You see him, you love him. He walks in, and behind him, his two companions tried to go through the door, but an invisible barrier is keeping them out.
This is oppression. Fine. Ernest, Bertrand, wait outside. And he will walk over to the bars. Yes, barkeep, and set the letter down on the table. I am looking for. Oh, you have one too. Do you know who we are looking for?
I'm sorry, who did you approach?
Whoever
Oh,
was at the bar that had a letter on the table, which I believe was Belladonna, may
They
have
both
also
did.
been.
Both of us
They both
did.
Yes.
I'm probably completely immersed in very, very enjoying, like while eye contact with the elf pouring from the bottle, the platinum bottle, just like looking at him as just.
Riveting conversation. Anyway,
Belladonna's pink eyes will just shift over to the wizard, acknowledging his gnarled staff. She takes a sip from her mug, and she goes,
Well, I'm not quite sure, but I was visited by a halfling. And he dropped off the setter and disappeared. And I figured I could use a little walk outside of my tiny little cabin. Aside from that, and from what's in the letter, I really have no clue. But it seems that there seems to be some danger about that we must take care of.
fascinating. That little halfling individual seems to get around.
And disappear quite often.
That does appear to be how it appears to be. Without further ado, I am Merrill Lavendel. Thank you very much, Necromancer Extraordinaire. I would show you the extraordinaire part of it, but apparently this place is oppressive when it comes to undead creatures. Anyway, so that being said, what are we waiting for?
As you say undead creatures, you hear the audible pop as the elf realigned his wrist and he points at a sign that's behind the bar. No undead, no exceptions.
You know, you really shouldn't set it like that. It's actually going to give you problems down there. You don't want arthritis in your hand well into your 3rd century.
He just
Those are 4th century problems.
The barkeep is not really one for words, but you may call me Belladonna. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miril. I am not quite sure who this smaller individual over here is, but
Kai,
he's very good at arm wrestling.
Kai, name's Kai. Kai Kadai.
Well, it's a pleasure, Koi.
So, where are we going?
And as you say that, you hear a door slam as 2 more individuals finally enter the establishment. Before they entered, though, they obviously met at the door. Is there a certain interaction between these two? Do they know each other, and what is the relationship?
Well, I don't know him. He's following me.
Okay. What was the interaction at the door?
All right. So Emily kind of pops and sees that he's right there, and she's very thrown off by it. She's like, "Oh, I didn't know I had a traveling companion. Do you know why we're here?" Very oblivious to the fact that he was following her, because she sees the good in everyone. So she kind of just looks up with her brown eyes with gold flecks that shine in her smile, kind of holding her hands up here where you get a good shot of her sparkly pink manicure. Her whole dress, by the way, is a purple with silver concoction that just glitters. She is not conspicuous. She is not inconspicuous. She's very noticeable.
Okay. Marks?
No idea, but that just makes it more fun. Still finding the knowing.
Yes, but being well prepared is also very good in these kinds of situations. Knowledge saves lives. Oh, you have a very large tail. Well, I'm gonna go inside. I don't know, it's kind of a little scary out here.
As you both enter, um, you take in all of the room, and I'll use this time to actually describe what the whole tavern looks like.
Oh,
There,
well,
the
this is
imposing,
lovely.
the imposing rainbow-colored high bar stretches across the entire back of the room. Small black levitating chairs can be seen humming just below the lip of the bar top. A Nomus mage, standing on a small raised stage, is performing tricks with the dancing lights spell, syncing in time to the soft thrill of a flute and a lyre duo playing in the corner next to the stage. An impossibly large. Oh, and you see the elf, and you see the new patrons before you guys. And as you approach the bar,
I'm gonna see if the very large man or elf there, or I'm not sure, can help us. So she walks over to the bar, big smile, trying to put on her best high impression. Well, hello. By any chance, do you know what these envelopes are? I was sent or brought here. So was my friend.
he looks at all of you. He's kind of just counting, and he's like using his fingers to make sure he's keeping count. Mm, 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 mm. Okay, and then he reaches over, and one of the levers reaches over, pulling down a large black beer tab with a white crystal skull jutting out of the pommel. No amber liquid pours out. Instead, mechanical whirring can be heard in the nearby walls as a hidden doorway hisses open next to the colorful bar. The elf
Oh!
ushers you all into that room. No words, no nothing, no signs. You don't see anything.
Oh, please let it be a ring. Please let it be a ring. Let it be a ring.
Mysterious.
Emily notices her. Emily notices Belladonna and just runs over like, you're so beautiful.
Belladonna, like, you kind of see a shade of purple just like cross her cheeks for a moment. She goes,
As are you, my dear? You look like an absolute fairy princess.
That is exactly the goal, so I did the right thing.
You are absolutely darling. And she is going to stand up. You hear the clip clop of her hoofs as she then extends her arm out and she goes, Shall we? And she will guide Emily to through the doorway.
Emily.
Emily.
Hearing Koi's exclamation as the door opened, Muriel will look over to him and say, fascinating that of all of the things that could be beyond a mysterious portal, you wish for jewelry. And he starts walking.
Fight ring. A fight ring.
Why? What vendetta do you have against accessories?
Wow. You're thick.
Actually, I thought that I was quite slim and fetching in this robe. I had it tailored recently.
Just as a moment, he just sort of like pats your shoulder.
I went to a fight ring once. It had nothing to do with jewelry.
I have seen a few myself. Rather entertaining, I will say. Considering your arm wrestling skills, Koi, I feel you'd fare rather well in such things.
Very intriguing. He fights accessories and he wrestles arms.
Marilla, I believe he is.
The outside world is insane.
It is
Just-
indeed.
As you pass through this threshold, the elf stops you for a second, and he points at another sign that's just inside the door. It says, password.
We were given this. But Meryl is smarter than Matt. So help me.
Okay. The password is a drink from the waters of death.
Precisely. Seeing the sign that says password, you're just, aha! We were prepared for this. My good sir, a drink from the waters of death.
And he gives you a little like stiff but curt bow as he tries to usher you further into the passageway. As you go down the passageway, it's dark, you can't see anything. And after about maybe like 10 steps, you feel a sharp prickling, all of you, sharp prickling sensation all across your skin, and you get the smell of ozone for like a split second.
Smell of what?
And ozone. It's like this. It's like the smell after the rain.
Okay.
Ugh.
As the passageway hisses shut behind the travelers, a short corridor extends before them, a pale yellow glow emanating from behind a veil of black and gold silk curtains. It's not that long. I'd say it's about 20 feet. I need someone in the party to give me a perception check.
I got myself a +4 in perception. What about y'all?
That's 5.
+6.
Whoever would like to roll.
Whoever's
All of you-
rolling, I cast guidance. Can I cast guidance, or will that shrivel out?
Why don't you find out?
Well, as Belladonna, arm wrapped with Emily's, Emily's. You just hear a slight whisper in Celestial as she casts guidance.
There's a
Thank you.
slight
Also, my name's Emily, by the way.
Emily, it's a pleasure.
There's a slight faint silver shimmer as the magic
18
does
plus
take
6
effect.
for a 24.
And guidance did hit, correct?
Yes, and
So you add a d4 to that.
it's way above the DC, so it's fine.
Well,
Don't worry
still,
about
add the d4, god damn it!
it.
As we like big numbers.
We
That's
like
true.
big numbers.
This is true. Upon passing,
So it's 2.
there are twin symbols for the heralds of dust subtly stitched into the fabric of the curtains. There's a faint aroma of roasted meats, freshly nutty bread, and exotic spices that tingle the nose and seem to waft from behind the curtains.
Lots of smells today, but that one's actually quite delicious. Does anyone else smell the dinner? And Emily walks forward towards the curtain and kind of slowly pushes it to the side to kind of peek through, like to be a little unnoticed. Like, what does she see?
Lifting the veil, the smell intensifying, you are met with a long room with a low hanging ceiling designed to look like an upside down pyramid with the top cut off. Small globules of pale yellow light flit along the sides of the inverted pyramid, a dancing light spell. The walls and ceiling are painted to the deepest purple, and upon a closer look, painted black runes run along all the walls.
Oh my. I think it's all right. It just looks like a really pretty room with lots of triangles.
You
And she kind of
see-
pushes the curtain off and makes her way in.
Okay.
Smelling the exotic spices, Belladonna immediately is entering. She adores exotic spices.
Okay. All right. Are all of you also pushing forward?
Yeah, Koi is still walking around, looking around like he's gonna enter, still hoping that there's some ring or like battle arena or something somewhere, something fun.
Do.
Okay. Mural, Marks, are you also proceeding?
Yes, but kind of like slowly, because like in my pursuit of knowledge, like I want to see how the thing works, especially that mechanism he pulled. I'm trying to gain as much info as I can of
Okay.
just for my personal collection.
Mural as well, you are.
Um, I apologize. I lost the plot. Where?
You're good.
What do you need from me?
Are you entering the room with the rest of the party?
Oh, absolutely. Blindly, completely trusting in everything that's about to happen.
As you are crossing the threshold, your two companions also materialize next to you.
After rechecking my character sheet, 3. So there would
Okay.
be 2 well-dressed, zombified individuals flanking him, and then appearing on his shoulder, a animated left hand.
Ah, so this is the greatness you spoke of.
Oh.
Interesting.
Yes, very much so. As I said, necromancer extraordinaire.
Well, it is rather extraordinary, let me tell you.
You may tell me.
She's just going to be inspecting the undead individuals, and she's going to kind of pet the little hand on the shoulder, just like, oh, aren't you adorable?
Oh, left hand.
Whether it's the darkness of the room and like how dimly lit it is, or the dimensions of the room, you didn't realize that you had to step down into the room. And by doing so, you were met with 2 surprises. One, the floor of the room is actually coarse black sand. And 2, the envelopes crumble to dust in your hands.
Oof. Emily kind of sinks because her dress is a little heavy. It's not going to be easy to walk through.
Miro doesn't notice because he put his envelope back into his robe, so his pocket of his robe is just full of dust, and he'll find that out at a later time.
I think
Belladonna
Okay.
rubs the ashes from her hand.
Koi just has a moment where he just looks around and then, hello, he just full voice.
You see
Just-
her like lamb kind of ears twitch upon Koe yelling, and she just kind of winces a bit, just like,
Sorry.
"Don't be so loud."
There is a moment, I'd say about 2 beats, and then you hear an echo return back to you. And it doesn't stop. It gets louder and louder and louder too. It's uncomfortable, but not like I'm gonna bleed my ears out uncomfortable. Just enough where it's like it's annoying, and then all of a sudden it stops. Blinking back your shock.
What was that?
Blinking back your shock, you peer into the low light and spy a dining table towards, I'd say, about 60 feet from you guys. Filled to almost spilling over with various finger foods from multiple planes of existence that you have all may or may not have traveled to. The only things that seem out of place is the fact that most of the food seems to be served in large glass petri dishes, the wine in long-necked beakers, and an older-looking male Aasimar dressed in black robes seated at the far end of the table. Length of this table, I would say, is probably about 100 yards. So you would have to walk from this end of the table all the way to where he is seated. It's a very large room.
You just see
Belladonna-
Emily pick up her skirts to like try to make her way.
Belladonna would again offer her arm to help keep her stable as her hooves are easily able to shift and move quite easily, and she will help support her so it's not like bad terrain for her to, or rough terrain for her to walk across.
Had I known, I would have worn the other dress. You know, those light, airy ones that don't weigh this much.
Well, considering it seems we've been invited to a dinner party of sorts, perhaps the dress was rather appropriate.
As
Did
you
a good
get
thing.
closer, go ahead.
That's all it was. I did a good thing then.
As you get closer, you are able to tell more of his features. His skin kind of gives this faint silvery glow to him. Not too much like it's like bright, but like almost like it's a firefly kind of brightness. He's got slicked back white hair and armless Windsor-styled glasses, the Coke bottle glasses, but he's got no arms going to his ears. Perched on the bridge of his nose as he regards you all in a familiar icy blue stare, the same stare that the white elf that you met at the bar gave you. And after a moment or two of a very uncomfortable silence, he greets you all. Welcome, friends, to the phantasmagorical wonder of Sigil, the City of Doors. You now stand in the halls of the mortuary, located in the Hive Ward. You must forgive us for serving you in this fashion. This embalming table is the largest in the entire establishment. Please, before we begin with business, won't you indulge yourselves with refreshment? While we dine, I'll answer any and all of your questions to the job that has been requested of you. Please be seated. And as he waves his hand out, the chairs on either side of him of the table move out of their own accord, dragging in the sand.
Merrill moves to sit down, and as he looks at the table, he's sitting down, he gets excited and goes, "Ooh, flangers! It looks like they have accommodated you as well. Finger foods." And the growling claw goes down his arm and starts scampering around the table.
Love it.
Belladonna with the long. Sorry, go ahead.
Don't mind if I do. Go ahead, just sort of one point goes, grabs a plate, starts putting food on it, grabs a second, wings spread, takes flight so he can fly over the table. It's just kind of going like a free buffet as it's just passing by different places, like grabbing and putting things, just doing a lap around, like over the table before finding one of the seats and just sitting down, putting the plate, super full plate, puts it down, looks at it, flies back up, goes for a second plate, starts prepping the second one, grabs it, puts it down, sits down. Yeah, I should do. And starts it.
Belladonna has mage hand that appears, and she's letting it wander across the table as she picks up hors d'oeuvres, and she brings them back over to her plate. Just a few finger foods, mainly just vegetables and like a lot of fish or fish-like creatures. She doesn't really eat a lot of meat, and she grabs herself a few glasses or flutes of wine and sips on them as she enjoys her hors d'oeuvres.
Okay. Does anybody know Celestial or Abyssal?
I know both.
Celestial.
All three of you give me, or whoever, but if you would like to do it this way, you could either have one person roll and you give advantage, or all three of you can roll and I'll take the sum.
What would we be rolling exactly?
I need you to roll for an investigation check.
All right. I only have a +2 in investigation.
15.
Where's the language?
Oh, fuck it, I'll just roll.
Celestial or Abyssal.
You're muted, Emily.
I said I got a 15.
15. Okay.
Celestial or abyssal is what he asked. Like, what language are you trying to?
Celestial.
Oh, no, I was responding to Mark's.
Mm.
You pass either way. You read this. Okay, yeah. You as you are filling your plate and you were looking around the room, you look at the walls and you start to try to piece things together as to what they are actually saying. It is written in both celestial and abyssal. And you start to piece things together and you realize it's an instructional manual for how to preserve a corpse both magically and alchemically, how to identify different causes of death, and a brief overview of the history of the Herald of Dust and its function in the Sigil Society, which is
Oh.
the Heralds of Dust are basically undertakers for Sigil. They are the ones they are prepare bodies for embalming. However, the family member wants to, whether it be cremation or whatever have you, or magical conflagration, whatever it is, they do it, and they pull the bodies from the homes and take care of them.
I have one question. In real life, can I sign up for magical conflagration as my chosen means of
You know,
burial?
I would love to help facilitate. Unfortunately, I do not have said means to procure anything of
Please,
magical nature, but I will
please.
definitely keep my eye out for it for you.
I'll hold
I
you to
got you.
that.
Got you. Got you.
So Oz is. I rolled a 19 for investigation, 17 plus 2. Is like part of it written in abyssal and part of it written in celestial, and like is it like having to put pieces together, or is it all written in celestial and all like also the same thing, all written in abyssal?
You get the sense that this was filled in as time went on. This is all kind of as things were discovered. Whoever what it was that made the discovery was the one that dictated what was going on in that section of script.
Okay.
So it's like a giant whiteboard for scientists. They write all their ideas out, and it's just a long thing goes out throughout the whole room.
All right. If anyone's sitting next to Belladonna, you kind of hear her switching between celestial and abyssal. She's just like, and then as she's just kind of switching between it, and she takes a sip of her wine. And she goes, "This is very interesting dinner entertainment, I must say."
Yes. Well, here at the mortuary, we like to make sure everyone gets what they desire. Everything begins in a certain fashion, you see.
Well, one could
Emma-
only hope that they would die with a good meal before them.
Emily, who hasn't sat down yet, is shaking off her dress from the sand. And then she kind of just huffs, is like, "Huh!" And she walks over to Mark's because she sees he's still standing right there. He's like, "Do you want to see something? Because I haven't gotten to show this new trick to anyone." And she spins without hearing a reply. And she does a little spin that flares her skirt, and all of the dust just kind of turns into glitter and dissipates. And suddenly her hair is perfectly coiffed again. She's like, "Oh, much better. Now I'm ready for dinner. You want to sit by me?" She's like a princess.
Okay. Love that. I don't know what spell that is, but that's freaking awesome. I love it. As you are all dining and possibly trading stories about what you have seen in the Feywild, the Asmar stands and chinks on his little beaker glass. Yes. So let us get down to business. I suppose you are all wondering why I have summoned you here. Well, yes. And he looks a little more like embarrassed and nervous as to he's asking for help in the situation. The Dustmen we've been accused of doing profane rituals in the Lady Ward. The Lady's Ward being an upper crust nobility type of folk there. And these rituals are of a very dark nature. You see, the victims of these rituals appear to be living statues. I don't know how else to describe it myself. I have not witnessed these occurrences, but it's caused great pause because now what's her name? Hang on, what's her name?
While you figure out her name, can I roll a history check?
Yes.
Those are my favorite checks.
For those who may be new to our channel, Nerdy Pinup Girl started with us in the D&D world, and her favorite roles from the beginning were always history checks.
As
Even
a
if-
barbarian with
As a
not
barbarian.
a lot of wisdom, with a -2.
You could say you find yourself in a door that is round and not square, and she was like, "Can I roll a history check to see if you understand why this door is this way, not the other?"
I was learning.
This is something that we all should have expected, as her name is quite literally Taylor.
Yeah.
Indubitably. With a 21. Okay, what is it that you are trying to gain from this history?
If she's heard any of these occurrences happening before, or if she's read any stories or heard anything along the astral planes, just through her travels, just seeing if she's heard any whispers and legends of like these stone beings and this kind of event happening before.
You think that he is talking about stone beings, but to your knowledge, you have never come across living statues before in all of your travels. You have never heard of anything like that, save for something that's animated by magic. But you have not heard of these living statues before.
Okay. I will say Belladonna will kind of just raise a brow in confusion, and she's like, "Are you speaking of walking statues or something like golems?"
Based on the information that was told to me, these victims, it seems like they are a half in and half out of their life essence being drawn from them, and they're in a frozen state, but very much alive. I can't really give much more information as to the description of these statues, as Captain Ren Vitalis, he is of the Harmonium faction, and he will give you more information. In fact, he is on the scene right now of the latest occurrence that has happened.
Could Meryl perchance try to roll a different sort of knowledge check, as it was said that these are victims that are now being described as walking statues, as this sounds like it's beginning with an air of necromancy, but potentially going out of his purview?
This is very far out of your purview.
Could I make a normal, non-advantage Arcana check then to see if perhaps I would recognize something?
Guidance.
Sure.
We guidance if we want to.
Guidance!
Hey up. All right, we're doing great with the rolls tonight, guys. There's a 14.
Even with guidance?
There was a 4 on the die, a 1 on the guidance, and I have a +9.
Toggle butt. God damn it.
It's okay. It's okay.
Toggle butt.
I don't know.
Victor, thank you. Thank you for being here with me. Toggle butt.
You get the sense it is magical in nature, but it is not. It is not a ritual you have heard before. It is definitely one that seems it has necromancy involved in it, and you get the hint that it might be in ties to um, restoration and or um, words, like the revivify spell.
Which is a necromancy spell.
What?
So, yes, revivify, raise dead, and even like true resurrection. These are all necromancy spells.
I guess that tracks.
So all of the people who are like, oh, I'm a lawful good cleric. I would never touch necromancy. Bet.
Oh, I have it on there.
Yep. So that being said, in true Merrill fashion, after this roll, he is going to just kind of think for a moment and go, I believe with the descriptions that you've said, I am fairly certain that whatever is happening is magical in nature.
You don't say, Meryl. I've come to the
I do say. What, a fellow student of the arts, absolutely. Beautiful.
I'm just someone who simply likes to collect stories as they go along their journeys.
Well, I think
What's the
it's
story?
great that you know that.
God, you're so adorable.
Even with common knowledge, it's still good that you know it.
I don't know these stories you speak of. I've read many books in my day.
The mage hand just goes out and gives Amelia a head pat.
I
Oh,
would
thank
actually,
you.
I would say that the hand that was Muriel's hand, the zombified hand,
The
goes
claw.
to try to do the same thing, and then he's like, "Oh, it's already being done," and then he kind of crawls back to Muriel. Like, "Oh no!"
Koei is just eating and watching these like floating hands go back and forth. It's just
I like that we've turned this into a mini game of Super Smash Bros. Melee, and it's the final boss with Master Hand and Crazy Hand.
Yes.
No, we have to end this whole thing. The BBEG is a thumb war.
I'll take the thumb war.
And I wish that I took Big B's hand, but I did not.
Any other questions about the job?
Yes, I have one important question. Are there any good containers that we can use to put this food to kick it on the way where we go?
I'm sure I can procure something for you. Yes.
Belladonna will take out a handkerchief and hand it to Ko and just start taking what he has on his plates and gently putting it in, wrapping it up for him, and then placing it right in front of him.
Handkerchiefs are very versatile.
You can see
She's
that
not touching it herself. It's the mage hand that's doing it, by the
you
way.
can see that it's looking at the hand and the handkerchief, and then he sort of looks at you like you're gonna need a bigger boat. Like he's just has a moment of okay, you see if that's the case, and you just see he just starts grabbing more plates and just filling more plates and just putting them like one next to the other, next to like the wrap napkin, so that it's as to be like okay, go ahead, pack all. He's packing the whole table, like unless stopped, he's going to attempt to make plates that cover all the stuff on the table.
Belladonna will pull out a few extra handkerchiefs that she casts mending and connects them into a bigger handkerchief, and she will then pack as much as she possibly can before just putting it and tying it together. She goes, if you carry too heavy, one, you will find yourself getting stomach cramps, and two, I don't know, honestly, but you probably can carry it. Yeah, and she's just gonna hand him the bag.
May I remind you, this is 100-foot long table.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
I mean, unless stopped.
Did he stutter?
Can I stop? Like
Very,
unless stopped,
very
Koi
well.
is just literally. I mean, he's still waiting for the answer from the Asimar about whether or not there is containers, because again, the size of the table, as you mentioned.
He goes, yes, I'm sure we can find something for you. And he stands and goes over to a gong that is on the wall. And he reverberates, does that whole echoing thing, or it gets crescenting like louder and louder, then it stops. You see nothing, you hear nothing. Does it again. Where is that good for nothing urchin? Urchin! And he's just screaming. And then from another side passage, a young girl. A young girl who has very pale skin, clad in a simple black cloth and breeches and tunic. She looks very deadpan and has bloodshot eyes. Just, yes, Factor. Can you do something about this food? I'm sure these travelers will need it on their journey. And do you have a special? We have a special pack. Yes, I'm sure we can get something for them to carry to all with them. Yes, Factor, and goes procures petri dishes, same kind of what is being served, but it has a lid on it. Literally just this clear glass petri dish. That's it. And starts passing them out to everyone here in the party. And then she goes away, comes back with a bag of holding.
You see Koi like grab some of those, get hands one to one of the undead hands, like, hey, make yourself useful. Puts it in one hand, puts it on the mage hand, just passing plates for people and just kind of like encouraging them, like, oh, just go ahead and carry.
What's funny about this is that as a hand that moves on its fingers, it cannot hold this and move at the same time. So you've just immobilized it.
The mage hand goes over and picks it up. It's like the claw machine.
Emily looks over at Mark's because I didn't touch the food, so she's like, they must be very hungry. Were you gonna get any food? Talking to you.
And with that question, I slam my tail on the table and just swipe as much as I can from it, and I just get to get into business of like, I'm not here to waste time. What shall I, if I choose to take this, am to receive in return?
You stand in a city of doors where everything is possible under her ladyship. Merely ask and it shall be done.
Anything within your power?
Well, within my power, no, surely not. But the ladyship, she's... If there is a resolution to this problem, then yes, there will be ample riches and rewards for everyone.
Now I'm just intrigued with like, I have a chance to gain stuff like knowledge information. I try to like hide my excitement. All right then.
Well, that is one down. Are the rest of you willing to take this job? Please, if you have any more questions, I'm here to answer.
Portrait question. Say that we finish this task. Will there be one of these feasts on the way back?
If that is what you like, we can have 7 days of these feasts as your boon, if you wish.
Okay, yeah.
That is a lot of
Very well.
food.
And you, young satyr, are you joining this request? The more that joins, is the easier this job can get resolved, so I'm told.
I will tell you, I would not have even shown my face here if I did not wish to take this quest. Therefore, me being here, I have already stated my answer.
Very astute. I like that. Straight to the point. Very well.
Oh, I'm definitely gonna go. Any chance to help?
Right. Well, if we're all in agreement, then I'll have you all meet Captain Wren at the Path of Enlightenment, located in the Ladies' Ward. It's a multi-denominational monastery of some such. I don't subscribe to religion, so it's not in my repertoire to know of these things. However, I'm sure any questions can be also resolved by Captain Red. And as the meal concludes, as the meal is finished being packed up, we're going to go on a break.
Woo!
Thank you all for tuning in, audience. And please go get some water, some snackos, and things as we continue the journey here momentarily.
Hydration is important, especially when you're gonna fight shit.
I'm excited.
And we're back. We have some members missing right now, but we will fill the time with some announcements and other shenanigans. I am uh, I am now and I always will be Oz, aka the god of this tonight's session, also known as the game operations director. Um Announcements. Well, let's see, what's today? Wednesday? So tomorrow, what, Tales of Varden occurs?
Yes, tomorrow,
Correct.
Tales of Arden.
Tomorrow,
Tales
Tales
of
of
Arden, a
Varden.
wonderful fantasy, well, actually, very much so, currently pirate themed campaign
Indeed.
with Chris Kinney, aka Claybeard Studios, out there on the interwebs. Um, yeah, gonna be all kinds of fun. People are dealing with all kinds of like dual personality stuff and
Huh?
alter egos that are menacing murderers. Yeah,
You
fun
could say
times.
soul sucking.
More than you could say. It happened.
Murderers, soul sucking murderers. Oh my.
Yeah.
You know, pirate shit.
Yeah.
Just their typical pirate stuff. It's fine. It'll buff.
It'll
Uh,
buff.
and then after that, on when does KJ usually
Tuesday.
have their session of Like It and Moss?
Oh, that is over on the oop, hang on. KJ's
Brass and
gonna correct
Briar?
me because I can't remember. The channel name is of Lycan and Moss. The campaign name is of Brass and Briar. KJ, correct me if I'm
Yes.
wrong. Every other Sunday. I think that they just had one this Sunday, so it should be the following Sunday
Every other Sunday. Okay.
over yonder. We love all of them. Some of them have been on the 2B Dice channels before. I got a good job out of KJ. Some of them have been featured in other One Shot Wednesdays, particularly the one that KJ DM'd, which if you want to see that one, go to the YouTube channel. Um, so that is every other Sunday. Back over
And on
here,
Tuesdays,
Tuesdays.
we have the Core Atlas crew as they brave the unknown of the intrepid Star Wars universe.
Edge
Um,
of the Empire.
Edge of the Empire campaign. That's every single Tuesday as much as possible. That is DM'd by our lovely, wonderful Daddy Tarzan 8244
Nope,
numbers.
82855.
There it is. 82855.
Yes.
Daddy Tarzan. Come on down for Tuesdays. And then once again on the Wednesdays, we'll have our Dimensional Dialogue Dr. Iago one shots. Whichever Matt or whoever's DMing that time will be giving
I,
us the
I
rundown.
do believe that the next week shall be mine, and I shall message the Discord for people to be involved in that one. I believe that we're approaching the end of the One Shot Wednesdays. The little peeks back into the different dimensions that the party has encountered along the dimensional dial. So, of the 8 worlds that they visited, all of the lore leading up to the stories that our characters uh, ended up playing a part in and then finishing before moving on to the next. This one is episode 6. I am just now realizing that I am a terrible stream operator and I did not put a full title in. But don't worry, we'll edit it in post.
Yes,
Right, KJ? We'll edit it in post. So
always edited in post.
always edit it in post. But yes, we will be getting some things rolling soon on that. Dimensional Dial, Moving Lost, Edge of the Empire, Tales of Arden. I shall take this point to bring up that KJ, myself, and Taylor do some work over on the Clockwork Nexus. Some of us, KJ and I, on Monday nights for Age of the Empire, and ooh, me looking over here at the date, would this be the second episode upcoming for you guys for of Golden Ghosts?
Yes, I think it is this week actually. Hold on. Yeah, because last week we didn't have golden. Wait, hold on. Every other week can confuse me so much, and I am horrible at keeping time.
I'm the same way.
I go by day ball, night ball. The only reason I know it's Wednesday is because D&D is tonight.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Oh, that's a good point. Thank you, KJ. Over on Clockwork Nexus for Monday nights, our wonderful Lady Lily of La La Land will be coming into for the next month or so to sub in for KJ. So absolutely excited to see how that all goes.
We did that on Monday, actually. I was finding like
Monday
a
that started. That's
Yeah.
right. I couldn't make it on Monday because real jobs suck.
I got you.
And just to confirm, it's going to be July 5th. Or July 5th is going to be our next Golden Ghost campaign.
July 5th. Okay. So that is that. If nobody else has anything else, I am just going to plug that coming up Fridays and then the big episodes being Saturdays over on Winter's Tales. You can see me and a couple other, about over 100 other people involved in Castleton. So we've gone through the opening ball. We're now getting into um, the date week aspect of everything, as we found out at the end of last session, and it's just going to be absolutely amazing. And I can't wait for you because I had my recording session a little earlier, and yeah, it's just from my perspective, the things that's going to happen this Saturday is going to be fan freaking tastic.
If I
I'm
can plug my thing. Oh, sorry.
I was just saying I was excited for Matt. Go ahead. Go.
I was like, if I can plug once again that if you want to watch a movie for free, I have 4 that I've made on my channel, Lady Lily on YouTube. 2 short films and 2 longer feature lengths if anyone would like to check them out.
Awesome. I'll add that to my list personally. And as we come to our final moment, let's get back into it. The food is being packed up, and you are just about getting ready to leave. Is there any other closing remarks that you would like to give, or requests, or because I believe we only spoke to Co and who else already spoke about what their boon was? I think that was it. Marks, yes. Co and Marks, yes. So if anyone else wants to profess their boon now, may do so.
What is a boon
Like
again?
a favor granted, or a thing granted to you.
Like what you want in return.
Oh,
What you want? What you want? I got what you want here.
What
Give
you
me,
want?
Give me
What you
something.
want.
Tell him what you want, what you really, really want.
So tell him what you
I'll tell
want,
you
what you
what I
really,
really
what you
want.
want.
Well, I really, really, really with like some poison flowers. Belladonna would, Belladonna would ask for like she's not really one for money, so she would just give a pleasant smile and she goes, "This might seem like a strange request, but if you have any rare, peculiar, species of flowers, particularly those of the poisonous variety." I would absolutely adore a few clippings of those, and I would love to make them for an addition in my garden.
Well, as practitioners of death ourselves, yes, we have quite the assortment of flowers and plants here. Name what it is you like. We'll take you to our botany location upon your return, and you can pick whatever you wish.
It sounds like a fantastic deal to me. Then we have reached an agreement. Thank you. And with that, clapping of her heels, she will make her way out.
Not yet.
Not yet? Okay. God damn it. I'm ready to go on adventures.
You wait.
So
Emily said you-
Emily, after realizing that she can't ask for anything, gets an idea, and she remembers what she was doing before the halfling gave her the envelope. Actually, there is a village close to the forest where I was taken from. They have some strain of virus going around, and I have been trying my darndest to find a way to cure them or to even prevent it, but I don't know, and I would really like knowledge on how to cure them and how to prevent the spread of this virus, because it's mainly attacking the young children.
Well, I don't know what this disease you speak of is, but if you have notes, we can go over them, and I'm certain we can give you some pointers and point you in the right direction to help save this village.
Yes, the fevers are getting very difficult to manage. So yes, I will she hands over her notes. It's like a fever thing.
It opens it and peruses. Yes,
It's mainly
okay.
that they develop a high fever, suddenly they can't breathe correctly, but they're not having respiratory issues, so she can't figure out how there's a connection.
Hmm. Yes, I do believe I have seen this same symptoms before. I would just recommend looking in the abyssal library we have here. I'm sure there is a record of this disease in particular. If that is all,
That would be wonderful. Thank you.
very well. All right, consider it granted upon your return. Now, if you please, follow Urchin out of the establishment. I'm sure he can take you somewhere. She can take you to the door by herself. Yes, Urchin, you can. Right. And he will direct you all to follow Urchin, who will scroll back to my place. You will all be guided through a maze of corridors to the main entrance by what appears by the young girl. In the light outside, the young girl squints up at you, the bloodshot eyes, and says simply, "Beware the Dabas. They are the eyes of this city." And shuts the door. Just before she shuts the door, Matt, can I get an Arcana check from you?
Huh. It
Run
doesn't
away,
matter
die.
what dice we roll. That would be a 19.
Perfect. You pass, and you know, finally putting it together in your brain, she is actually a necrolite, a child born of necromancy by infusing the corpse of a pregnant woman with necrotic energy, burying the corpse, letting the child gestate in the womb, and then the child digged itself out.
Holy shit.
It's like Witcher stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that I will keep that knowledge to myself, but just as watching this person, just fascinating. And probably take a few notes.
Turning to look at the cityscape before you, it takes a moment to process what exactly you're looking at. The city seems to fold in on itself, as if built on the inside of a wagon wheel, the spokes being the buildings. Looking to your right and left, you can see the city streets performing an even longer curve upwards, further cementing that yes, this definitely looks like a city built inside the walls of a wheel. The center of this wheel appears to open up to a view of an impossibly large mountain, the bottom of which disappears into a bank of dense fog. in some ways in front of you, below you. While visually it may seem like wherever the mountain goes is the true ground, gravity convinces you that the cobblestones beneath your feet is the true ground. I need everyone to roll a constitution save as your brain is trying to comprehend.
That'll
16.
That'll be a 12.
Is it a con save, right?
Yes.
That'll be a 10.
Mm.
It's that kind of night, guys.
17 plus. Load, damn it! 17 plus 6, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23.
You pass.
I can't do
Honors.
maths.
You pass. Okay. As you all are trying to process this, and you kind of just, your eyes kind of have trouble focusing on what's going on, Myrrel, you keel over, and if you had eaten anything at the table, you upchuck it. And you take 2 points of damage. Psychological damage.
2 points psychological damage. Done and done. So, yeah, we will just have it be like the most abrupt thing ever. Like, as we're just kind of walking through the space, he just starts to get into a monologue about some of it. So what's strange about necromancy is when you really think about it, it's sort of like evocation of the soul into the flesh and just gone.
Solid.
Belladonna just
Oh,
pulls
no.
out a handkerchief and hands it to him.
There is.
Yes. Thank you.
Can I
Indeed,
cast
thank
Healing Word?
Please keep it. Just. It's all yours.
Oh no, I couldn't possibly keep that. Don't worry, I'll
I
just
insist. I insist.
fine. Okay.
As you adjust, your brain just adjusts this. You notice that there is no sun, there is no moon, there is no stars, just the city and the mountain. The light that is provided by the larger buildings in the city wheel is the only thing that is able to light your way. And I guess to describe it in a IRL terms, it looks just like the ring from Halo. So there you go. And you all realize that you've been given a place, but not a means of where it actually is. And you've just been thrust into this mind-bending world. What would you like to do?
Perhaps we should have asked for more instruction.
What do you say it looks like around us right now? Like the nearest vicinity?
You would think it would be dark as there is no celestial body in the sky, but the lights from the bright buildings, some of them actually look like they're either on fire, some of them, but it's not like burning anything around the city. Some of them are just glowing. Some of them have beacons on top of them. These are the larger buildings. And this city wheel looks vast to the point where it's so far away you can't really tell exactly how big it is compared to the other buildings. It could easily be several hundred stories tall.
Can you cast an Arcana check on something like that?
You can try an Arcana check. What are you trying to ascertain?
What, like, what it is, just to, like, if it's useful, if they need to know what that is, like if understanding that would help them.
I would say because you wouldn't even have to roll for this. I would say because of the limited context clues you have gleaned so far, just looking at the city isn't going to give you any information as to
Good.
where the Path of Enlightenment monastery is.
I'm going to spread my wings and I'm going to start flying upward and see if
Yeah, I
there's
heard
anything I
something.
can spot.
Hey, can you guys not yell? You muted?
Yeah.
I see if I can spot something once I take some altitude that may hint to either like a gathering of people or something that may look like at least there seems to be activity there that we can take a look at.
Well, give me an perception or investigation check, your choice.
That'll be a mighty 12.
12.
Guidance?
You are, if you would like.
Boop. Roll a d4.
That'll be a mighty 13.
Woo! Let's
Very
go!
well. Gotta have the one. All it takes is one. Well, you recall that your party is located in the Hive Ward currently, and upon taking flight, you see that the Hive Ward is just a very run-down section of the wheel. Very dilapidated buildings. Some appear to have been built, torn down, and then rebuilt, torn down and rebuilt several times. The foundations, you can tell, are like from years of being rebuilt. But this place just remains dilapidated and poor looking. You notice that there is a marketplace in the vicinity, close by to where the party is. There is what could only be surmised as a temple, but it just looks like from above, it's just a circular roof and just columns. And that's it. No walls, no nothing. There are two inns. One, it looks like it's leaning a little bit on its side, like the walls just seem to like be disfigured in a way, like it's like it's a multi-layered cake, and it was built sloppily, like it's off center, and it looks like each one was built out of some different material. The first section is wood, the next one is clay, the next one is glass, and so on and so forth. And then the second one is a very flat, just one-story building, but it's very long. I would say about 100 yards long. It's a very plain-looking building, just black roof, pure white walls, and it's got wooden supports throughout it. Yeah, that is what you surmise.
I will say that I would rely the information not with that, just like calling out loud while flying above the group. Just like I think I see a market nearby. There might be a couple of inns in some other place. Not sure about them, but I can also take a look. Sort of gesture in the directions and describe a little bit of what the information about the different buildings and everything.
So what was the name of this building that we're trying to find again?
The Path of Enlightenment Monastery.
The path of enlightenment. So again, this is my first time with using the background Astral Drifter, but I do have something called Divine Contact, where I can pretty much it's the encounter. You briefly encountered a deity on the astral plane, and they were able to impose like some lore, and they're able to impose cosmic lore to you or a particular secret. Work with your DM to determine the details of the knowledge or the impact. Roll on the divine contact table to determine which deity you encountered, or work with your identified to DM to identify a more suitable choice. And there is a list of 10, so I'd be rolling a d10 to figure out exactly. And it's anything from like the god of art and magic to the god of good fortune, god of horizons and travel, god of fate and destiny, god of war and warriors, god of wisdom, god of life and death, god of magic and moons, god of stars and wanderers, and god of knowledge and secrets. And I feel most of those I feel it could apply to what we may be looking for. If you are willing to allow that. If not, I totally get it.
Would always ask for directions. This is flying from above.
Could we ask for directions? I don't fucking...
I'm just saying, no one has thought to do that yet.
But
hey, if you want to turn to divine intervention,
wander for the most part.
If people are not moving much below, Koi is going. If the market is the closest thing from where they are, Koi is just literally going to fly. Or if there's anybody nearby, like to him, it's very like this is the name of the place.
As you head towards the market, you see that it butts up against a very large wall, and you can see embossed upon it. You can see embossed upon it Hive Ward in like a bronze plaque next to a very large portcullis. And as you kind of peek over, you fly up high enough to peek over the wall, you see it's a completely different section of town. The building's a little bit more pristine looking. But yeah, if you would like to ask directions, by all means.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab whoever the first person that I see.
But what do you mean by grab? Are you gonna grab him by the collar?
I'm gonna ask the first person that I see. I'm not a barbarian. Well, I am class wise, but I'm not. You know what I'm saying.
You could have just worded it a bit better.
Are there children here in this market?
Okay. Hang on, a couple things. I'll start with the children first. Yes, there are. You see them dashing to and fro, playing whatever imaginary game. However, if you make... Actually, give me a insight check.
Insight 14 plus 6 for a 30-20.
30-20, all right. Yeah, as you track their movements, you notice that these children aren't just playing games, they're actually stealing from the general populace. Very methodical, very just quick, fast, in a hurry, just swiping things off of wrists, swiping wallets off of persons. One even took a whole shoe off of someone. Don't ask me how, I don't know. But it was a very nice looking shoe.
Very carefully, obviously.
Definitely had rhinestones on it and everything. It's awesome.
Can I stop that child?
There's several children running around.
No, the one with the shoe. Can I walk up and like speak to them in that little group with the one with the shoe?
Sure. How do you approach?
So Emily looks around and she spots the children, and even though she did notice that they were stealing, she's like, "Oh, I know exactly who to ask." And she runs over to the kids because in her mind, the children might have heard stories and might be more willing to talk than the adults, since they would think it more fun or like an adventure or, like I said, a story. So she walks over to the group of children, and she's gonna fail because these are, street kids, and they're much more mature than she probably is. And
As
she
you
runs over. Okay, runs over.
as you approach, the child looks up at you and quickly hides the shoe behind their back, and another child dashes up and grabs the shoe and takes off. It's like, ah, yes. Hello, miss. Who are you? What can I do for you? What do you want? Who are you?
Oh my, you're quite talented. I have no idea how you managed to get that from someone because, well, I've never tried to steal a shoe before, but I applaud you for your effort.
Shoe?
I actually
What
have
shoe?
Oh, it's fine. You don't have to tell me. But I actually had a question. Me and my friends were a little lost, and we're trying to find something that we have no idea where it could be. And I was hoping maybe you've heard of it.
Uh, well, first you have to tell me what it is. I don't
Oh, of
know if you
course.
don't
I'm
tell
so
me.
sorry. Of course, I'm so sorry. It's the path of enlightenment. She kind of whispers, doesn't want to yell too loud.
What? Why do you want to find that soddy old monastery? I thought you were something interesting for me. Right. If you want to find the path of enlightenment, you go and you notice the vocal patterns change drastically, completely uninterested in who you are now. And if you want to find this path of enlightenment monastery, just go to the ladies' ward. Everyone knows where it is. Just go there.
The lady's word, and that is where.
Belladonna at this point will walk up next to Melly, and she will pull out a gold coin, flick it over to the kid, and just goes, "Directions, please."
It definitely catches it out of midair and swiftly pockets it like it was too fast to really be tracked. And very well, a very intriguing customer. All business again, and gives you exact directions to the path of enlightenment. You basically either you can go the long way, just travel along the wheel till you get to the ladies' ward eventually, passing through each consecutive ward, or you can take a taxi dragon. Well, I just haven't come up with a name for it yet, but yes,
We can get a taxi dragon.
listen. Yes,
Is a
It's-
taxi dragon? Is it a metallic or chromatic dragon, or perhaps gem?
Smash.
I was going to roll for it, but
Grand Theft Dragon. Let's go.
you don't have to. Okay, they're for a small sum. You know what? I'll let
Dragon.
Don't let me pressure you guys into taking the taxi dragon. Don't let me, hold you back from
Matt,
what else
Matt,
you
I
want.
am pressuring you.
Convince me.
You are
It's
taking
called
the
it's called a taxi dragon.
I haven't come up with a
Hashtag
name
taxi
for it
dragon.
yet, but that's for all
Nope,
the
that's it.
purposes.
Like,
That's
if
what
it's
it
a
is.
reason to ride a dragon, I'm totally gonna take it.
Right. If you just follow the signs, you can find the taxi dragon services right over there.
Is it
Thank
called
you
Druber?
so much, and I hope you get the other shoe.
Oh, don't worry, I will. And scampers off.
Emily just kind of skips towards Belladonna. She's just like, "Thank you for your help. I sometimes forget that money moves mouths quicker."
When it comes to younglings like that, especially the ones who are on the street, it's always best to just show coin. They tend to talk much quicker. And she will start to she'll call up to Ko. Ko, I've got directions. And she will she'll kind of like motion her fingers as to like showing him which ways he would need to turn if he would like to remain in the sky to keep watch. And she is going to then lead the group. Just her little clip clop and heels going until her little clip clop and hoofs going until they either that or until they get on a taxi dragon.
Emily
say-
waves over Muriel and Marks. No.
Yeah. As soon as I got like Jonah like pointing in a direction, Cole just started flying that way.
Okay. You follow some signs. Each sign is different, but they all say the same thing: Taxi Dragon. One of them was a neon sign. Another one was just a wooden post with the words written in everlasting flame spell cast upon it, just Taxi Dragon. Another one is pure metallic with jewel inlaid of the word Taxi Dragon there. But you follow these signs, and eventually you come to a spot where, yes, a droober.
Right.
I love it. That's perfect. You come to a spot. It looks like a centralized location, kind of like how the market is set up. It's a octagonal square, uh, with various dragons placed in colorful lines. Um, roll a d4. Let's see what number that is. One. You are approached by a hang on.
Matthew McConaughey.
What's Victor, what was that slime creature person you told me about? Plasmoid. There we go. You are approached by a plasmoid. He's cloaked in a long robe, and he's got a rider's hat on, dictating there's like a small little metal emblem dictating who he is, what his profession is, and what class of dragon he is. And just so happened that it was a chromatic dragon. And yes, what can I do for you, travelers? I have the finest, largest dragon around. Name's Bigsby. If you would like a ride, I can take you wherever you like to go. I have licensure in each ward. Just very drawn out speech. And he's gesturing to all of you if you would like to take his services or peruse the rest of the other dragons.
Licensing in each ward. Oh, that's a pity. We're looking for licensing in the ladies' ward. What will we do?
I mean, good sir, that I can take you anywhere in the city of doors.
Oh, how fortuitous indeed then.
Would you
Does
like
that mean there's
a ride?
Yes, for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus Bertrand and Ernest. So 7 individuals.
I forgot you have 2 undead with you. Can you put them in like carry on?
Why would I do that?
I don't know.
Just put them in the
Box them
Tupperware of
up.
holding.
Okay. Actually, they don't need to breathe. So, anyway, leave with that one. He counts you out himself, and that will be 15 gold, please. Also, where would you like to go?
I believe that we're going to the ladies' ward so that we may continue our investigation. His Majesty Lord DM, I didn't put gold on my character sheet. I don't know if I actually have 15 gold.
Um,
He's gonna find out if we do or not.
I, I would say each of you have 50 gold on your person. Plus
Oh,
Done.
I have
whatever D&D Beyond has given you.
I only had 8 gold left. I was gonna try to convince the guy to just take 8 gold, but 15 gold versus 8 gold, I don't think he could be taking that.
No, not at all.
But
He's
if
very.
I can be super persuasive.
I'm gonna tell you right now, you have to roll a nat 20.
Don't tempt fate. Don't tempt fate. Don't tempt fate. I'll pay the money.
But now we don't.
Meryl
Now you don't have to worry.
immediately, without skipping a beat, reaches into his bag, pulls out exactly 15 gold pieces, and hands it to this individual. So, yeah, so now we may have transportation to the ward in question via your methods. Correct? Our sorcery
Yes.
contract has reached its end.
Indeed.
Aha, that was good reading.
Please make your way to the center of the square.
Center of the
And
square.
as you are heading towards the middle, the floor actually opens up, and what you thought were large dragons surrounding this area, no. A big, ginormous, black, chromatic dragon is hydro-lifted into the area, as
Gosh.
his general large form would just be too much to deal with on a regular basis. And the hydraulics hiss as it comes to a stop, revealing this dragon. He has 4 wings lining his body. The spines running all up and down his back. There is a platform built onto a saddle that has like a nice seating area, wooden benches across it. Yeah, and the dragon bends down, regards you all, and just kind of snorts in your direction, and extends a paw or a foreleg as if it's like a stairway to get up to his back.
well, no time like the present. And she starts making her way towards the dragon. Very excited to be on the dragon.
And everyone is boarding.
Yeah.
Koei is definitely going to at one point just hover in front of the dragon's face, look at it, and just go, "Do you ever wrestle?"
He's just
Does the
gonna
dragon answer?
he's just gonna deadpan stare at you. And then you notice like small tendrils of smoke coming from his nostrils as a kind of a warning that you're getting too close.
Had to ask. It just flies back up.
Okay.
Real
Go ahead.
I have a question. When everyone is seated, I wanted to ask if there was a reason we were brought for this, like why our characters were brought for this.
As
Is there a way to like roll for that?
n- I
Like
mean,
why were we selected, kind of
you,
thing?
you can roll, but as the letter had stated to all of you, you all had been assessed and chosen for your specific skill sets that can possibly help
Oh, okay.
clear the dust in his name of these rituals that are going around town.
Yeah, just checking if there wasn't a clue there. Got it.
Sorry if that wasn't iterated fully. After everyone boards, the dragon gives a soft little growl as that literally shakes the cobblestones and the
Smash.
Megard lift as he takes off, all four wings beating in unison and kind of buffeting the other dragons to kind of duck behind their wings. And you are all transported to the ladies' ward.
If I may, whilst we are in transit, at some point, Merrill grabs the side of his head and just goes, apologies, I have to take this. And as he turns to the side and starts thinking, you hear him say hello aloud. Hello, sister. I was recruited to find a cult that's killing people, making it difficult for the dead to stay dead. Toodles. And then he turns around like nothing happened.
Emily, who's sitting amongst everyone, is looking around and she's like, I just realized I don't know your guys' names or what you do. So I'm Emily and I'm a cleric.
Does anybody respond?
Yes, but I just want to point out we are so good at D&D, guys. 2 hours and 37 minutes into the game.
I'm going to say
What's
that
your
actually,
name?
I'm going to say that Koi is actually flying, probably potentially having to use like dash to keep up with the dragon, but he's literally just like chatting next to the dragon. I'm just saying, if at any point you wanted to just, just indulge me for a time, it's very hard to find an arena that fits one like you. So I'd be curious. Friendly match, sparring, whatever you want to call it. Hey, I got plenty of food. Like he's flying and probably carrying a ton of bags from the food that they had.
Roll me a history check. Or no. Roll me a history check.
That is an 18.
You know black chromatic dragons to be creatures of acid.
Of what?
Acid.
Acid, yes.
Their breath is acid. They exude acid. Their very being is acid. As you are talking to this dragon, you notice gray-green saliva begin to drip from his jaws as he is flying, and it kind of drops to the houses below, and you see the houses, their roofs kind of like dissipate a little bit, like small holes kind of show up as he is now salivating at the chance to bite your head off. And you get the sense that he's done this before. He will do it again. He will not lose his job over it. Like, it's just annoying fly that you are right now.
Koi just looks down the acid below, and it just, you must pay a lot of coin of insurance. I'm just gonna, it's good talk. It's just, get out of his face.
Belladonna will just turn to Emily and she will just kind of again give a soft smile. She goes,
As I had said earlier, I am Belladonna. I am a sorceress. And the one who is trying to pick a fight over there with the dragon is Ko, I believe.
Belladonna's a beautiful name.
Beautiful.
And so is Ko.
good strong name. Gotta love that name. It's a good strong name.
Belladonna will then turn to the tiefling and she will kind of raise a brow. And your name?
Like me, Mark's is just excited because it's more stuff he's learning because that's my pursuit. So the more there's going on at the same time, it kind of like not so much like it overstimulates him, but like in a good way. So if he goes on, like he'll start to like unravel, and that just leaves me Mox, your typical warlock, but given our jobs here, it just lets my mind run and run as to why we were all gathered here, and I can just see so many things, so many options, so much to learn, and so much to do with so little time, and I have to have it all.
Belladonna just gives a
that's what
light
we
chuckle,
thought.
just quiet enthusiasm.
Myrrel, you get. Is this? What spell are you using to commune with your sister, or is it a sending stone?
It was told to me that it was a sending stone.
Sending stone.
This was not my decision. I'm just going off of what I was told.
Shit. I'm gonna say sending stones are kind of like phones, not in your brain. So you all get this.
So it's out loud and everything.
Yes.
Beautiful.
So you hear this response. Where did you go? I got back and your ass was gone. I would like to see my brother. Bitch.
Belladonna's trying not to laugh. She's just
covering the sending stone like it's a phone. You don't have to excuse me. Yes, introduction. So I am, like I said earlier, necromancer extraordinaire, Mera Lavendo, and the absolute mouth of a sailor that you just heard would be my sister Kavrala, who, for reasons, isn't with us this evening. And just like awkward smiles, trying to gloss over the fact that he forgot her.
Will she
Solid.
be joining us later?
Probably, and I will pay for it.
it's like accidentally like leaving your kid in the car. Like
Except worse than, well, I mean, on the same level as your kid, it is, in fact, his twin sister.
oh god. Oh, I love it. Oh, we're gonna have Wonder Twins? Oh, I'm so excited.
Oh boy.
If you had
where is my creation gone?
If you had any need for like wondering whom his sister is, need I say more?
Yeah! I knew it was the Themlin.
Themlin.
Hell
the Themlin.
Oh yeah, the Themlin.
So them.
Is Ko, are you wanting to introduce yourself or no? Because if not, it's fine.
I will say Belladonna did mention to Emily Ko, because Ko seemed to just be trying to fucking fuck up with the dragon. Like,
yeah, I mean, I think Cole probably has barely paying attention to the group. He has one last one where he flies back like close to the dragon and just goes, "I'm wrestling you and me." Just that's the last offer. Just that's it. And they just he flies back.
just in case, Belladonna's gonna cast guidance on Ko as she sees him go towards the dragon that has been dripping acid.
Make a dexterity check.
Oh my god.
While this is happening, just for my own sake, we are in transit, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so we are
for-
making progress
for
as we get
retrospect,
ourselves killed.
The Hive Ward is literally on the exact opposite side of the Ladies Ward of the ring. So you have to go literally either you would have to go around the mountain, the mountain almost fills the space of the wheel, but not quite. So you can either go fly along the outer rim, or it will go just around the mountain. Today, it has chosen to go along the outer rim, which is a longer route due to some of the magical winds that are buffeting the mountain currently.
Sir DM,
So yes, this is all in transit.
Koi being aware that he's pushing his luck with a dragon, would I be allowed to rage? I feel like for the third round of like approaching the dragon, would I be allowed to rage?
Are you pissed at the dragon?
No, I mean for Koi, the concept of raging is more like the concept of like just like getting themselves up in case because
Okay.
you know he's a trout. He looks for a fight sometimes. He'll set himself up for like being ready in case shit hits the fan. And he's been taunting this dragon. He knows that the dragon is probably opposed to it. He clearly has communicated that with his eyes. So this last attempt is just that moment of like just like the adrenaline of just like focusing and just his adrenaline and his focus into a rage state, if you will.
I will say I'm also going to spend 2 sorcery points, and I'm going to use Bend Luck. I rolled.
It's a taxi dragon, guys.
I know, but Bend Luck, it's pretty much it would. I rolled a d4, so it would be a -3 to as a penalty to whatever the DC would be.
I'll point it out that Koi is not like trying to fight the dragon right now. He just knows that he is pissing the dragon. He's just being preemptive about what he's doing because he knows how he works and his rage and his body works. So he's just prepping himself.
Okay.
Like, does it look like this dragon is about to make an attack at Ko?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So Bend Luck, it's not like anything that's going to hurt the dragon. It's like when another creature you see makes an attack roll or an ability check or a saving throw, you can use your reaction to spend 2 sorcery points to roll 1d4 to apply the number rolled as a bonus or a penalty of your choice to the creature's roll. I can't, since Ko is not a creature, I'm going to apply this to the dragon. So it will be, I would like to apply the -3 to whatever the DC save would be.
And you asked me for a deck saving throw, yeah?
Yes, deck saving throw.
Great.
Just to give Ko a little bit of extra oomph.
Wow. I rolled a 1 and a 3.
Even with guidance?
I mean, even with guidance, I doubt that I'm going to make the save. Like,
oh my god.
I guess that's going to be a 7.
No.
That's
even with the DC lowered.
No, there's no way.
It was still a 12. So the party watches as this fed up dragon being pestered incessantly by this tiny fly of a fairy. Quicker than anyone can blink, this dragon swats at him with a giant foreleg, sending him careening towards the ground. You will have a chance to escape the next attack as he sends a volley of acid, a small one, in your direction as you are plummeting. Please make another dexterity saving. No, dexterity check this time.
Oh my god.
Dexterity check is a 16.
All right. You dodge the falling ball of acid as the dragon is now regarding you as a nuisance that needs to be either expunged or to be sent away, and the plasmoid looks down over the saddle and is. I would recommend just staying in your seat. Bixby doesn't take too kindly to strangers, and he has been known to eat one or two in his time.
Oh no, do you think we should apologize to the dragon?
I do not think we need to be the ones to apologize.
But I'm so good at it.
Bixby doesn't speak. He understands a lot
Does he speak
of
Draconian?
languages, but he doesn't speak. Yes, he drinks dragon's blood. As he totally misunderstood what you were trying to ask him.
Okay, one of my languages is Draconic, so I was wondering.
Ollie just comes back to the group and he just goes, I think he's thinking about it. I think he's thinking about it.
I believe he's thinking about a few things.
Probably how good you taste, but I really think a good heartfelt apology might take that thought right away.
You were so adorable.
Apology? For what?
At that moment, you finally arrive in the ladies' ward. The dragon comes over a area that is opulent. Everything is made of either some kind of precious metal, some kind of precious jewel or stone. Everything looks fancy as hell. You come to a same octagon shaped taxi dragon location, except for this at this point, all of the roads leading into it and the platform itself, where Bixby will get lowered into, is all plastered with gold. All the roads leading away from it, you can see, are plastered with gold. Here we are at the ladies' ward. Please watch your step as you exit the dragon's saddle. Tips are encouraged.
At that, Amelie immediately pulls out 5 gold and gives him a 5 gold tip. Because she's just like that.
Thank you for your patronage. Have a nice day.
Please tell the dragon we're very sorry. We didn't mean to cause trouble.
I'm going to actually say, as soon as they land, Koe actually flies in front of the dragon. And he actually unsaddles all the bags that he carried of food, places them in front of the dragon, opens them all, gestures to the dragon, and he goes, now don't say I never did anything for you. And it just starts walking away, leaving pretty much most of the food that he packed as an offering to the dragon.
The dragon cocks his head at you because he's just like, what the fuck? At first you were being rude and now you're offering me food. What's going on here? He narrows his eyes at you as you walk away and devours the food in one go.
He's like, if you ever change your mind, 2 out of 3.
You can hear the crunching of glass as the petri dishes are being crunched and broken. And he gives a very satisfying. It sounds like it would be a cat purr if it was a cat purr, but it's one that rattles the windows in all the surrounding buildings. It's very loud. in your face, and he's just very content with what you have given him.
Oh, he's happy. Emily then does a little twirl in like joy, and more little glitter kind of just flitters up. Love it when they're happy.
Oh my god.
I still would have liked to fight him.
And I'm sure you could have taken him. I'm about 5% sure.
Belladonna taking point. Or if you're directing from the middle of the group, wherever have you, you all are making your way towards the path of enlightenment. You see the building. It how to describe it? It looks like it's made of sandstone. Upon closer inspection, it's sandstone, but it's got tiger's eye pressed into the outer facade. It's almost like I don't know what the actual term is for it, but it's like it's half sandstone and then like there's bricks of tiger's eye. I don't know what building masonry term that is. Sporadically throughout the wall.
Like cobblestone?
It's not cobblestone, but I don't know how else to describe it.
It sounds fancy.
It's mostly sandstone, and there's like ornate designs of bricks of tiger's eye that are set into the wall.
Like mosaics?
Kind of, sort of.
Okay.
But
Yeah,
there's no actual picture or anything. It's just a design kind of thing. It's just
Aesthetic.
fancy. It's just aesthetic. There's a giant brass door, big double doors that point up into an archway that open up. They're open right now, and you can see a somewhat of a courtyard beyond. And just in the door, you see a very tall minotaur.
Smash.
He looks very disgruntled, very on edge. All of his fur just like everywhere. His hands are clenching and unclenching around the haft of a very larger than life broad axe. He stands at 8 feet tall, clad in plate armor. The handle of the broad axe wrapped in what looks like to be red leather. Upon seeing the party approach, he calls out, You lot there! Might you be the troop led by the dustman? The first factor he told me that he would be sending you all my way, right?
I believe so.
Oh, what is the password?
But kind of looks at you. Password? There's no password here. It's a monastery. Who needs a password for a monastery?
We did the password part already. Yes, we
I didn't know if this
in
was
fact
like-
sent.
Okay, I didn't know if this was like, because I ain't just gonna tell some fucking random stranger who said, yeah, they totally sent us. Like, was this specified beforehand that we were meeting somebody
Yes.
there? Okay,
Yes,
all right.
we are in fact here on behalf of the dustman.
All right,
He
so
was-
scratch all that. My auditory processing just yeeted out the window at that point, probably.
I know this, and I love you.
I love you too.
He was, in retrospect, he was told a number that is supposed to be meeting him, and you don't. He actually, yes, coming closer, he kind of gives you a little bit of a sniff as he's kind of like investigating who you are, and yep, you don't smell like anyone here. Smell a little bit of, is that the Feywilds?
Koi spreads his wings, flies to his face, and just
I'm sorry. Is that me?
Yes, it must be you. You must be sent by the dustman. Right. Can we all go inside and we can talk? I can show you around the place and show you the incident, if you will.
Please lead the way.
Emily picks up her skirts and follows in. Again, glitter seems to just kind of radiate off her, but it touches nothing. It just kind of slips away.
As you all, I'm just gonna instead of RPing it out, I'm just gonna tell you. As you enter, he seems like a monitor who is very scatterbrained. You know, he just goes on different rabbit trails with thought processes. And as you go inside, he tells you that the victims that are here currently, there are 7 in total, which brings the total amount of victims in the whole city to 13. He tells you that they were all nobles and they belong to each different house of sigil. So, and they were here on some sort of spiritual retreat or rejuvenation ritual or some such. He leads you further inside towards the back. As you pass by rooms, looks like there's places of study with several benches, workbenches, lecterns, and whatnot. He walks you by altars of worship, each one to a different deity, and he leads you to a door that has. It, at first glance, it looks like it's golden branches that are woven into the door, but it's actual live plant. And he brings you to the enclosed back garden, and he opens the door. Right. I don't really want to follow you all inside, as this all kind of gives me the heebie-jeebies. But if you go inside, you can investigate for yourselves, and you can see the bodies. Folks have been calling them blood eagles as well. You can see for yourselves when you go in. I'm not going in. It makes my horns itch, you see. So I'll wait for you lot outside the monastery when you're done. And you all enter.
Clip, clop, clip, clop.
You should
The
get
gar-
that looked at. Itchy horns is not normal.
Sometimes some good horn oil tends to do the trick. Keep them moisturized.
Kai is already inside.
The garden has many flora from various planes. Some even appear to be moving yet docile. 7 figures can be seen crouched and surrounding the smoking remains of what appears to be a large bonfire in a stone circle. Evidently a night of merrymaking. However, these figures looked anything but merry, their petrified faces locked in silent screams of agony and torment as congealed blood leaked from their eyes and mouth. But that isn't the horrific part, as what looks like frozen red skeletons are seemingly clawing their way from the backs of these victims. So, let me describe to you. Each of these 7 victims are in some state of agony on the ground, and these red skeletons, they look like crystalline blood had been congealed and to form these things, and they're just clawing their way. It seems like they are not quite fused into their backs. It's not like they tore through flesh. It's like they're fused into their backs.
Can I fire a true strike to figure out what, like, maybe what's going on?
You wanted to do what?
True strike, so I can assert what's happening.
So you want to go up and hit one of these skeletons?
Well, you can. I don't know if there's a possible way I could hit it without it harming it, kind of just like to assess, or would that be an Arcana check?
So, like, True Strike is more of a granting an advantage, like an insight in the defenses of a target, so that you have advantage on the next attack. If you're just trying to like figure it out, probably would be more of an Arcana check, but that's up to the GM.
Could I do an Arcana check?
I was actually going to ask. Give me either an investigation, arcana, or a medicine check.
Oh, I'll do the medicine one then. I'll do medicine. 13 plus 6 for a 19.
For 19, okay.
Yeah.
Their skin feels warm to the touch. Their eyes seem to ever so slowly move around the room from person to person as if pleading for help. The skeletons aren't coming out of the skin but fused to the body, the lower torsos seamlessly disappearing to the back of the victim. These skeletons also appear to be made of a glassy red substance and are very translucent. One can surmise that the victims were used as some kind of doorway between here and somewhere.
The victims were used as a doorway or they powered it?
They were used as a doorway.
Okay.
Hmm.
I'm again gonna ritually cast detect magic just to see what the fuck this shit is.
Okay.
Emily relays what she heard, what she like figured out to the rest of the group.
Okay. Upon casting detect magic, you obviously get necromancy. You get transmutation, and you get abjuration. And is Dunamancy time? Dunamancy's time. What was the space one?
Dunamancy is the overarching school that is divided between chronomancy and graviturgy.
Graviturgy. That's right. So yeah, you would get a little bit of Dunamancy as well.
Well, Belladonna, like sensing all of this magic, and these are all coming from each of these individuals.
Yes. Nowhere else in. There are a couple magical plants that you sense, but you just get a nature feel about them. Not really anything actually like a school.
Belladonna just kind of looks at these victims, seeing the horror in their eyes as she kind of sits there and just. It's an absolute shame. It's like a smorgasbord of all different kinds of magic, and she'll start naming off each one. And she goes, whatever ritual was conducted here was complex and, might I say, very twisted. But she will give off every single one of the list of different kinds of magic there are, if that would help anybody, aka possibly like the wizard, if he like, especially with him knowing more of necromancy. I don't know.
Might I reattempt that roll that I failed earlier?
Guidance.
With this new information.
Guidance.
Which roll was that? Are you talking?
I made a Arcana check to try to see if you would have any deeper insight on this ritual, and I failed. But now there's new information being presented.
So, make an Arcana check, but also make an investigation check.
Guidance.
Ooh. Do I get guidance on both of them, His Majesty, Lord God?
Yes.
If need be, I will even be willing to use twin spell to double guidance.
I will. I don't think that's how that. Maybe.
I think it's only for attack spells, but
I think it's only for attack. But I will. I think guidance is concentration. Is it not for up to 10 minutes?
Yes.
1 minute.
Oh, 1 minute.
1 minute. Okay.
Yeah.
Then yeah. I can allow that for both rolls.
It all paid off, guys. We got a natural 20 for a total of 30 on Arcana.
Okay.
Then the investigation, and we're back at it. That'll be a 24
On
investigation.
the investigation.
Yeah.
So I'll start with investigation first. You notice a tiny weird sigil of, do you know primordial by any chance?
I do not. I have common, deep speech, elvish, and gith.
Okay. You notice a weird sigil of symbols flowing together, written in what appears to be blood on the stone fence of the garden. Its swooping lines of the symbols come together to resemble a mask, like a Venetian party mask.
Hmm. Interesting.
Um,
So I'll point this out to the party, the pattern of the sigil and how it looks like this mask. Also, the weird sigil, indeed, just in case somebody else has primordial.
okay.
I did.
Go!
I did.
Upon closer inspection, you are able to ascertain what you realize this is a ritual of divine nature. It speaks of summoning something from beyond, whatever beyond that is, you are unsure of.
It's this has a moment where he recognizes the symbols and he goes, "Oh, that's primordial. I think some sort of celestial summoning of sorts. They called something from beyond, but I'm not sure what, from where exactly or what.
Do you touch the sigil?
Me?
Yes.
No. Not this. This boy touches with fists, mostly faces.
Okay. Okay.
Ain't not touching no sigil.
However, um, as this is all happening at simultaneously, Emily, as you are investigating the corpses, you notice a shift in the air. It's like it dropped a couple degrees. Definitely feels like a heavy pressure on you. And the seven skeletons seem to melt like wax, dripping all over the petrified corpses. A white mist of light seems to coalesce from the corpses, each forming a spectral entity. Its clawed hands outstretched toward the party as it mimics the host's body's silent scream. The screams you hear, however, are what sound like the drone of hundreds of large flying insects. In unison, all seven of these figures lunge at you.
Can I cast Shield of Faith to like block us all?
Sure. I will give you each a preemptive. Um, if you have reaction spells, you can use them. Um, things that require reaction or a bonus action.
Rage for me.
We gonna shield.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Do I roll for the shield? I'm trying to see if I do. Granted.
Well, no one has made an attack yet.
Oh.
Also, Shield of Faith is you have to select a target, correct?
Correct.
They get a +2, so you have to pick someone to give a +2 AC.
Who's closest to the bodies?
You're investigating now.
So could I
Yeah,
cast
you
it
are
on myself?
Yes, you can.
Okay, so I cast it on myself.
Okay. Um.
Oof.
Do we
8
need to roll initiative?
plus 2.
I'm double checking if they are doing things as well, and they are not. So yes, everyone roll initiative.
Yeah!
It's a very Ostentation.
18.
18.
With advantage as a barbarian, and I got a 2 and a 5.
Oh my god.
So that's a 7.
You're gonna get that fight you're looking for.
Also an 18.
19
Nice.
for moi.
Nice.
Victor, this is like just you with initiative. You should play a cleric. You'll nat one initiative every time.
I feel like I'm just gonna from now on, instead of rolling, I'm automatically choosing one. Like it'll be my choice.
I mean, I feel like there are like feats that give you bonuses. So if you choose one, it won't actually be a 1. So I
Alert.
think- or if you're a
There
if
should
you're a rogue,
I'm
you
gonna develop a
automatically see.
feat called the non-initiator, which is actually a cursed feat.
I
It
like.
just makes it so that every time that you roll, you end up always being last on initiative.
All right, so I have initiative down. Belladonna, as these creatures are coalescing into their shiny specter of light forms, what do you like to do?
Are these motherfuckers in a circle?
They're in a semicircle.
Ooh, I like semicircles. So Belladonna, is it like in a 20-foot radius?
Let's see. Did you? How far into the garden did you go when you entered?
I was inspecting the bodies with Emily.
Okay. Then yes, I would say yeah, it's within a 20-foot radius
Like, no, are the enemies like in a 20-foot radius?
of
Like,
each other.
yeah, groupie group.
Um,
Because you said they're like in a semicircle.
yeah, I'd say the 20-foot radius.
All right. I'm going to cast Wall of Light. And I'm going to make sure that they are surrounded in the circle. The damage would be applied on the inside of the wall. Is Emily, is she like beside them, or is she like, has she stepped away? What is she like? Where is she exactly?
When they
Because-
lunged, I cast the shield on myself. So I kind of fell back, but I'm not that far from them. Probably right next to you, falling probably a little
Well,
bit.
if you're right next to me, then they should be safe as long as, because like I'm wanting to trap them in the wall of light.
Yeah, if anything, I'm a little bit behind you because I would have stumbled back
So you're
trying to avoid.
so you're dropping a ring of light around all 7 of them, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. You do this, and these beings just phase right through it unharmed.
Really? Even with it being like radiant damage? Interesting. Okay.
I did say it was a celestial casting, so
Ah, okay. I'm gonna use my is one spell. And as a bonus action, let me see if I can do this as an action or as a bonus action. Where is it? God damn it, it's one action. Okay. On that note, I don't think I have anything I can cast for bonus actions. So, and I can't ram them, so because that takes an action. So I think that will be the end of my turn.
Okay.
And as soon as she realizes that they are unfazed by it, she drops the spell.
Okay. All right. Very well. Is that the end of your turn?
Actually, I will say as a bonus action, I will go ahead and deplete 5 more sorcery points to just gain that spell slot back.
Okay.
And that will be the end of my turn.
Awesome. Who has the higher dexterity, Amelie or Miro?
Minus 15. Oh, the plus. The plus is just +2.
Oh, you got me.
So Amelie goes first.
When am I rolling the d20?
Well, what would you like to do first?
Oh, sorry.
You're attacking, darling.
All right. Okay, since I fell back and protected myself, and her ring just didn't do anything, can I? Oof, I don't know if I should do that. We don't have to keep. We don't have to like keep the bodies intact or anything, right?
It's called a choice.
So, I mean, you don't have to. They are nobles of Sigil. So outright killing them. Granted, you are not being witnessed right now, except for the beings before you. So you could potentially kill them, yeah. But your investigation had revealed that they are in fact still alive as their eyes move around,
But
observing.
they're still in there.
Yes.
Okay. So then at that point, I should most likely try to step back whilst grabbing Belladonna. Try to step back with her. And can I cast resistance on the person that would be next to me? Like the next person to attack.
I guess the next person to attack is Miro, but I believe the person closest to you is Belladonna.
Okay. I would cast resistance on Belladonna so that she can take less damage. Because again, my character isn't. It takes a lot to get her to attack. It's gonna be more of a. I'm gonna help everyone else.
That's
I'll
fair.
say Belladonna's not as squishy as most sorcerers, but much appreciated.
Whatever helps. Is that the end of your turn, or would you like to do some more?
Yeah. That'll be the end of my turn. Yeah. I'll just pull her with me, give her resistance, step back, and then kind of look at everyone's like, please remember that they're still technically alive in there.
Marks. Sorry, Miro. What would you like?
You put me in a sticky situation, sir. There's not a lot of necromancy spells that are about keeping people alive. Are these creatures humanoids?
They appear humanoid, but I can't tell you any more than that, unless you discover it.
Could I discover it?
Yeah, you could.
How would you like me to do that?
You can either cast Identify, if you have the Identify spell. You can roll me a Arcana check. You can roll me a History check.
I
Or
can.
yeah, that's about it.
Does rolling an Arcana check constitute an action?
No, it's free.
We do.
You are seeking knowledge, and it's a free action.
That is a 24.
You know these creatures in your vast studying of the undead and magical knowledge. You know these creatures to be glimmer, instead of it's the complete exact opposite of what shades are.
So these are not humanoids. These are some type of undead.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And you through your forbidden knowledge exploits, because there's not a lot of knowledge on these, you know these glimmer to usually only be denizens of the shadow plane, or what's it called?
Bell.
Shadowfell. There we go. Words. Shadowfell.
Would I happen to know if necrotic damage actually works on them?
No.
Like, even at
You
all?
I would say you haven't, unless you explicitly tell me right now you haven't encountered a glimmer before. No, you have no idea.
No. Fuck. All these spells and none of them are good for this situation. Is anybody hurt on my side?
Not yet. It's about to happen though.
Oh God. That was a threat.
I mean, yeah.
We are going to test the nearest of these individuals to my position.
Mhm.
I am going to attack them.
All right, roll me a big fat D20. And add your proficiencies and
That's
all the
good.
target.
That's good. 27 to hit with chill touch.
It does hit.
Okay. So, does it appear that 5 points of necrotic damage did anything to this thing?
You almost in unison, as soon as the spectral hand of chill touch touches the nearest one, you see
Mhm.
the shining glimmer of their skin. It kind of solidifies almost into a somewhat like glass-like, more solid form, and the drone of buzzing insects grows a little louder as you can only surmise that it is a scream, as this definitely hurts the glimmer.
Noted. Do I have any bonus actions? I do not. So that's going to have to be my turn, but at least I'm set for the next one.
And Mark's is, what is your dexterity?
14 plus 2. So
Fuck. We gotta do rollies. Damn it. Alright. I'm gonna roll a d20. You roll a d20. Whoever has the highest will go first.
I got a 12.
I got a 13.
Oh,
Very well. The glimmers will go first. As you all see these glimmers begin to fan outwards to try and attack you all, you notice two of them kind of dissolve in the sunlight, and you can't find them anymore. Not sunlight. Actually, there's no light here, so they don't do that. Never mind. Never mind. There is
Sun
no
shows
sunlight.
up, Clucky comes out of nowhere. Wake the fuck up!
Right. As only Clucky should be able to do. Yeah, there's no sun here, so they don't do that. So, Belladonna and Amelie. Oh, it's a nat 20 for a +4 for 24. Does 24 hit either of you?
Silvery barbs.
Yes.
Does that make me roll at disadvantage?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
You gotta
I would
roll. You gotta take the next the next roll.
The next whatever the next roll is.
Yeah, whatever comes.
no, use the lower roll.
Low roll. Okay. That's a 14 plus 4 for 18 is 18 hit.
Yes, it does.
It does. So your strength score is reduced by 1d4. So your strength score goes down by 2.
My strength was shit anyway, so
Do I have to roll as well?
Yes.
I would like to.
Well,
like,
does first and foremost, does 18 hit you? Is the question.
Yes, it hits.
Hits. So yes. You will also lose 2 points to your strength score.
so you can
That's fine. It's pretty bad. Those.
So you can click on the number that's under your box, and you should be able to select customize, and there should be override score, and then you would put in the number that would be 2 less than what it is. For me, it would be 6.
Also, a question:
Mhm.
if I had cast Shield of Faith on myself, it lasts 10 minutes. Would that have helped me at all with the hit points, or would that just be for damage?
Oh yeah, you get a +5, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, as
Plus
far as
2.
Baldur's Gate goes, I have no idea.
No,
I've never
or
seen
is-
the actual spell being
that
used.
or it's a +2 for Shield of Faith.
What is that? You get
+2. It says +2.
So
Plus
how
2?
much would that make your AC?
Bonus to AC. 17. God
Yeah,
Damn.
so close.
Your strength score is reduced by 2.
Yeah.
It's okay, we're magic users.
I know, like it's like 9.
That's 2 of them. Roll again. 17 plus 4 for a 23, 22,
Jesus Christ.
21. Yeah, 21. Does that hit you?
If you're hitting me, you need to roll with disadvantage because I have the cloak of displacement.
Mm-hmm. Very well. Oh, well, that is an 8 plus 4 for 12. So does 12 hit? No.
Nope.
Very well. This glimmer passes right through you as you just stand there very confidently, and appears on the other side, just kind of confused as to why it didn't hit you. Oh, that's a 3 plus 4. Does a 7 hit you, Matt?
Yes.
No, a 7 does not hit me.
Very
Even a
well.
wizard?
Very well. Let's see, that was 4. And same thing, another 7. Does a 7 hit you, Marks?
No.
Okay. So 2 more. 12 plus 4. 16. Since you two were pretty close to the bodies, I'll roll for both of you. 4 plus 4 for 8. Belladonna, does a 8 hit you?
Nope.
And let me roll again because I already forgot the number. Oh, that's a nat 1. That hasn't hit. Very well. Okay. Top of the round.
Princess magic.
Belladonna, your
Wait.
retaliation, please.
I haven't gotten my turn.
Oh, you're right. Co.
You
That's
rolled
7
that
just made me
badly. You're on
completely
the
forget
next
I know
about
I
you.
rolled, but hopefully it didn't roll so low that it got me off initiative.
You were just completely oblivious of what's going on.
Everybody's like, "Oh, sorry, Cole, we forgot you were here."
You don't even see what's going on right now.
So, okay, so I feel like Cole probably at first when these things started to like, okay, there's a fight. He's like, finally goes for the sword. Then hears Emily saying that, like, don't hurt them, and then it's just that moment of frustration. Now, just to get a clarification, because you mentioned when we first got there that these like stone people look like they had like some creatures on the back or something.
So basically, they were petrified. Their
Yeah.
skin feels warm to the touch,
Hmm.
but not stone. But it's hard. It's hard, and when you tap on it, it sounds hollow, like it is stone. They're still very much alive, and these creatures, it's almost like instead of it being ripped from their back, they're just materializing from the back. That makes
But the
sense?
creatures that we're currently fighting, are they the bodies of the
No,
individuals?
no,
They're separate.
they're completely separate. As I said before, the the corpses acted as a kind of doorway to
Right.
these creatures.
So technically speaking, the things that we're fighting are
So
not the bodies of the nobles.
correct. When the red skeletons melted, it released the prison that these guys were in, and they all came out.
Okay. If that is the case.
It's all
The,
it's almost like for Muriel, because of your earlier role for investigation. It's almost like the ritual was unfinished, and you all arriving there and touching the corpses completed the ritual, and thus, or what was supposed to be the ritual, thus releasing them.
Yay!
okay. Cole is just going to turn to the one that tried to attack him. And it's just that moment of, after it goes through and nothing happens, Cole just has a moment where he smiles and it just goes, my turn.
Smash.
Toe just draws this great sword, and it's just the moment where the draw itself is the first strike.
Okay.
Um, does a 16 hit?
16 does hit.
Does hit. There's going to be a total of 15 points of damage.
Is your sword magical in nature?
I think so. Yes.
It is. Okay,
It
then
is.
yes. 15 points of damage.
Yes. 15
Uh,
points of damage.
Let's
It is
go.
very hurt.
Great. Let's try it again. Fuck.
I would
Does a
say-
12. What?
Go ahead.
Does a 12 hit?
12 hits? Yes, it does.
It does. That'll be 14 points of damage.
How would you like to do this?
I think that it really is that moment of my turn, and it's just that moment of, as it moves, as Koa just leans forward, wings spam, and it just makes a move in advance. And as it does, the draw of the sword is the first swiped, and that same momentum of throwing the sword, the weight of it sort of like moves his body because of the weight of the sword itself lifting his light body. But is that his wings basically like slow the momentum and then bat as they bring him to the other direction and just slice the other way.
Nice. Love
And then
that.
he just ends up on this like kneeled position with this like huge weight. Like this sword is too big for what someone that size, but he's handling it quite well.
As you slice through, you can almost feel a kind of tug on your sword as you slice cleanly through the body, and the glimmer bursts into thousands of sparks as it is now defeated. There are 6 currently left. Going to the top of the round, Belladonna.
So these things seem to take magical effects Obviously they weren't restrained by the wall of light, but are they all like within 30 feet of each other?
They're starting to spread out, but yes, they are within 30 feet still.
I would like to cast Rhymes Binding Ice. Could they please make a Constitution saving throw?
Matt, as a fellow DM, if there's resistance to cold, how does binding work?
Unless it says differently in the spell description, it would work as normal.
Okay.
Because the cold resistance is just about damage.
Very well. Okay.
So yeah, do you know what the spell is? Because I can read it out to you. Because there's a lot of other things aside from like cold damage.
Yeah, please.
Burst of cold energy emanates from you in a 30-foot cone. Each creature in that area must make a Constitution saving throw. On a failed save, the creature takes 3d8 cold damage and is hindered by ice formations for 1 minute or until another creature within reach of it uses an action to break away the ice. A creature hindered by ice has its speed reduced to 0. On a successful save, the creature takes half as much damage and is not hindered by the ice.
Okay. And you wanted to dex save, correct?
Constitution save.
Constitution save? Okay.
And I will be casting this on 3rd level.
This is an area spell or is it a targeted spell?
It's a 30-foot cone.
Cone. Okay.
Yeah.
30-foot cone. But then yeah, okay, you hit them all.
Fuck yeah, I did.
That's a 4.
I
a 5.
Icicle.
So they are all affected by these ice flows.
Hell yeah.
What is these ice? Is it like just ice forming, or the actual structures?
I would say you would see just like this large wisp of like as like this cold wind is rushing past them. You see just almost like these ice vines taper up from the ground as they enthrall themselves around these beasts, and you would see belladonna flowers kind of spewing out of the tops of these just for a little bit of extra flair. And that will be 3d8 cold, or I believe 4d8 because I cast it on 3rd level. Yeah, 4d8. 1, 2, 3. Where's my other d8? Where you at? 3, 4. All right, dice ASMR.
Ooh.
All right, we have an 8, we have a 5, we have a 5, we have a 4, and we have a 2.
A lot of numbers. Hang on.
You can just throw those at me without.
5, 5, 4, 2.
355 is 13, 4, 17, 2, 18. Oh, sorry, 19.
It's 8, 5, 5, 4, 2.
Oh, 855, that's
Yeah.
18, 22, 24.
And if that has to be halved,
It all does. However, I need Emily. Yeah, Emily and Co to make also a Constitution saving throw, as they are also within that cone.
I will use meta magic and cast Careful spell.
Oh, perfect.
So
Okay.
they will automatically succeed.
16?
You automatically succeed the saving throw, darling. So
Perfect. Never mind.
She's a professional.
but you still got it. I think you still have to take half the damage.
Yes.
Yeah.
So yeah, half damage, and then we also take half damage. So half damage would be 12 for everybody. All of these specters they look very hurt, and after getting blasted with cold, they look very pissed off, and the droning of insects grows very increasingly louder to the point where, just like in the Herald of Dust mortuary headquarters, the same like uncomfortable how loud it is, but not quite like bleeding ear level. That's just how loud it is right now. They're very upset. But they all look very hurt.
Can I do any bonus actions? Nope. That will be. Do we allow cantrips and spells?
What do you mean?
Or like a spell? Oh no, I think that's only even if so, if like bonus action cantrip. That's the end of my turn.
Okay. Who's next? What was the rollies, Victor? Was it Amelie? Okay, Amelie, what would you like to do for your turn?
For me, I had figured this out already. But so all of them are like just binded? They're like not moving?
Yes, they're bound in ice.
Bound in ice. I don't think that would work on them. Because they don't speak, right?
Most you've heard from them is that droning of insects.
Yeah. Okay. It's like I had an idea and it like went away. So I'm like, damn it.
I hate when that happens.
I know, it's so annoying. Cause I was thinking about maybe like using command and getting them to like stop, but we already stopped them.
I think with command, you also have to speak their language, or it has to be a language they understand.
Oh, okay. And Zone of Truth also requires speech, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they do the. Because what happened? You said that Ko killed one of the spirit-looking things, but what happened to the body that it came from? It didn't get affected.
Still petrified.
Still petrified. Okay. Then can I cast? I think it's called Guiding Bolt. Guiding Bolt. Straight at them. Since they're all tied up.
I believe at 10th level you have 2 bolts to utilize. If I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Guiding bolt, you choose one creature within range. At higher levels, it just increases the damage
Oh,
per slot, per not your level of character, but the level that you cast it at.
I think Eldritch Splash is the one that gains beams.
Yeah.
Okay, well I took damage, right? Can I just is it possible for me to just heal myself? Also?
Yeah, of course. You have a bonus action, yeah.
I'm trying to decide what to do. This is not prepared for this.
Oh. That's right. That's what Guiding Bolt is. I'm dumb.
Did you read yourself real quick?
Yeah,
I was thinking of magic.
trying to see if I have a healing that does range.
Well, there's healing word.
Okay, I have healing word.
Okay.
I also have mass healing word, but I don't know if that's necessary. Or is
It's up to you.
Mass healing word is if you want to heal multiple people. Healing word only heals one target.
Oh,
So
could I cast
if you're just gonna heal yourself, healing word yourself. Go.
Go. I choose you.
Nah, I'd rather kill one of them. I have a thought. I'll do Guiding Bolt.
Valid.
I love that. So proud of you.
Okay.
Okay. That one is a +6 for a hit, so
You gotta roll you.
17 + 6.
hits.
Okay, and then damage is the triangle, right?
Mhm.
D4. 3. How many times do I roll this one? Oh, it
Just
says
the one.
7d6. That's what my
Depends on the level that you cast it. The original level of the spell, I believe, is 4d6. If you cast it at a
Okay.
higher level than that, then you would roll.
Where is it?
Yes.
It's right there.
So if you
You can
cast
click
it at,
this, and I'll do it for you. 76.
Where we started over here.
Oh,
So do I roll this again? Because I just
Uh,
got a 3.
would you rolled a d6 just now?
No, I rolled a d4.
Oh no. So roll damage. So you're gonna roll whatever your level is. So at first level you roll
4d6.
4d6
that's
Okay. 4d.
because you already rolled to hit.
All right. 5. 3. 4. So 5, 9,
12.
12.
How would you like to do this?
Ooh. Okay. So feeling very upsetty spaghetti that a couple of people got hurt. Emily kind of, now that everything's settled, she makes sure she's standing a little straighter, and she takes her staff where she channels her magic through. That was not nice, and she blasts guiding light straight through the closest spectral.
Similar.
And it
Go ahead.
only there is a bit of a glitter wind to the light, so that when it hits and they blow up, there will be glitter.
Nice. Just like the previous death of the other glimmer, it dissolves, and this one just a lot more colorful.
And that's what you get for being so rude.
Okay. Is that the end of your turn?
Because I don't know if I have a bonus. I think I have spiritual weapon as a bonus action.
You can summon spiritual weapon.
Should I? Yeah, I'll summon spiritual weapon. And it says, do I do that again with the D20 or just the D8?
D20 first to attack.
Yes.
What was that? You cut out.
Yeah. Roll to hit. So that'll be the D20.
I have to ask though, what does her spiritual weapon look like?
That's a good question.
Give me a
I always
minute.
love asking that question. I was going to ask next.
Give me a second. Okay, 15 plus 6. That hit. 21.
Ooh,
That hits.
That hit. Okay,
saucy.
yay! Okay, and then for damage, what do I do? Does that deep damage?
Damage. I mean,
Force.
It says damage on there, but I'm not sure it needs
force
it.
damage.
Force damage.
Okay.
Yeah, it's 1d8 plus your spellcasting or plus your wisdom modifier.
What
Bonk
is which one is the D8? You guys have told me. I'm still learning.
It looks like a little rhombus diamond kind of deal.
Four on each side. Four pyramid on each side.
This one?
yeah.
Okay. All right, and it's +2.
Mhm.
5 + 2 for 7. Just one time, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Just once.
for
Just
7.
once. The ones you hit looks very hurt. He is
They were butterflies, by the way.
butterflies.
They were glimmering butterflies with silver in the middle in their little bodies, and their wings. Every strand had a different rainbow kind of running through it, almost like kaleidoscoped. And I don't know if anyone's played Hades, in that ball with all the little butterflies, they all just kind of, it's like a collection of them, a little
Mhm.
swarm, and they just rush at the
That
glimmer.
is immaculate and beautiful. I love that. The spiritual weapon will stay up and it will go after your turn, or if you have a held action that you would like to do, it could go before, whichever. Um,
That would be the end of my turn.
okay. You notice as your spiritual weapon is cast, the glimmer is pushed to the ground, and he's kind of like being harassed there by butterflies, and then he kind of shakes them off and flies back up, and he just screams at you, so pissed off at you for assaulting him with butterflies of all things. And if that's the end of your turn, Miro, you are next. You also have your
Oh shit, that's
zombies.
right. I completely forgot about Bert and Ernie.
They
Okay,
can
so
go after your turn, I suppose.
right.
Are they? Well, actually, correction. Are they conjured?
They function off of off of my bonus action.
Okay. All right.
That's
Oh,
how that'll work. That
I
works.
got you. Okay.
Yeah, so I just flat out didn't do that last turn. That's on me. So this turn, how many adversaries are we up against?
You killed 2, so you have 5 left.
5 left.
One's looking. They're all looking hurt, but one looks very hurt. And that was the one that was assaulted by butterflies.
All looking hurt, but one looks very hurt. Now, these things, I've gathered that necrotic energy works fine on them.
Mm-hmm.
Yes? Okay.
It works. It works very well on them, actually.
Works very well on them. Okay. And based off of my roll from last time, they're definitely not humanoids. Are they actually undead, or are they something else?
He, you rolled pretty high on your history check. Yeah, you would surmise that yes, that they are in fact undead.
They are undead.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that changes a few things. Who of my friends is hurt?
I believe Belladonna was hurt.
Nope, I just
No?
got weak sauced.
Yeah, that's right. Okay.
I do believe Emily is hurt.
12 points of hit damage I got.
12 points. Okay.
From your own
Um,
party member.
right.
Whoops a daisy. I will say Belladonna would have apologized.
Okay. How many of them, without any of my allies, can I fit into a 10-foot sphere?
I would say 2 of them.
Okay. So for those 2, are those 2 also around Emily? So that is important.
Yes.
Okay. Perfect. Merrill points his staff in the direction of this group and whispers a incantation in deep speech, which, just for the record, is the language of the mind flayers. And as he finishes this incantation, Emily, you'd feel the area around you get very cold. However, your wounds would begin to heal as Merrill casts Wither and Bloom in the area.
Smash!
So I am doing so at 5th level. So I will be rolling 5d6, dealing that much necrotic damage to the enemies, and then
Do they have to
Emily,
make
you
a
can.
saving throw for that?
They do have
Or-
to make a Constitution saving throw, yes. But Emily, also you can choose to you can choose to roll up to 5 of your hit dice and heal for that amount. It doesn't have to be 5, but you can roll up to 5.
Of my hit
So-
die, which is which one?
You're a cleric, so that would be D8s. And as a level 10 cleric, you have 10 hit dice that you can spend before you need a nap. So 5d6 of damage.
What a heavy ass
Plus
nap it will be.
5 plus
5.
6 is 16. Plus 1 is 17. Plus 5.
6.
His Majesty Lord Dion, that is 22 points of necrotic damage.
Can I just do it 3 times? Because I'm already over how much I lost.
Yeah.
It's 16.
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't have to roll 5. It was just up to 5 that you were allowed to roll.
All right. I'm full health now.
Beautiful.
Thank you so much. I was starting to
You're
wonder if I
welcome.
had to do this myself.
You are most welcome, my
It
dear.
was a. What was the number for DC?
Oh,
Did you tell me?
DC 17.
17. They fail.
Constitution save. Good. So then, unless they have some type of resistances, they take all of 22 necrotic damage.
They are. How would you like to do this?
Yes, in this moment, noticing from the chill touch last time, yes, these things do actually get affected by necrotic damage. He then goes, perfect. And Emily needs some help, so begins to whisper this, and quite literally, it is absorbing any essence of the weave out of these creatures and forcing it into Emily to heal.
Perfect. Love that.
And then they just drop as dried, rotted husks.
Smash.
That being
So,
said,
I would say they aren't dried and rotted. They would actually crystallize instead of it being the red crystal. It's just pure white translucent glass.
we
Glass
love
like
to see it.
substance.
Okay. That being said, there is 2 left.
3 left.
3 left. I will have Bert approach the closest one.
Okay.
And he is going to try to do his slime attack. That is a 16 to hit.
Slime attack.
Slam.
Slam attack.
Slam. Smack.
With himself or a object. What?
It's technically him just like bam, like slamming himself or his arms up against the whatever it is.
Okay. All right. And that is what did you roll for 20?
A 16.
16? 16 hits.
Okay. That is 1d6 plus 1. That is 5 points of bludgeoning damage.
Half of that would be 3.
Okay. Ernie will approach and do the same.
Okay. Roll
Hiya.
please.
That is a dirty 20.
Nice.
For 5 more points of bludgeoning damage.
Give me some crunchy crits.
Dirty 20, not natural
Oh, dirty.
20.
Oh, not
Dirty
natural.
20.
Okay.
I was like, why?
I don't know. Listen, it's 2 o'clock. Okay.
You should have just taken it.
I promise we'll be wrapping up here pretty soon.
Fine.
So,
But that is
takes all of
everything
5.
for,
Okay.
yeah,
And that's
that is everything for Meryl, Bert, and Ernie.
okay. They look very pissed off, just as usual. But they
Good.
look, both of them that you hit look very hurt. Who was next?
I think we skipped Charles in the last one. So
Did we?
Yeah, remember you said that you would go first and then him, and then I don't think he ever went.
I did.
So I was thinking,
Okay,
I was
we're gonna
doing
treat
the
it
math.
as we're gonna treat it as a held action. Marks, go take your first turn. I apologize.
We're gonna say
What? I mean, there's only one thing I'm gonna do.
You gotta
I'm a
tell me
warlock.
these things.
I was lost in the lore.
It's okay.
So, Eldritch Blast for 1,000, please. I'm gonna do
Very well.
Let's see.
Roll me a d20.
Warlock's doing what
Nat
Warlock.
20, does a 30 hit?
Yes, yes, it does. I should say fucking so.
And doesn't that have 3 streams?
I have 2 on my
At
Yeah.
at level 10, yeah, it's only 2. Okay. You fucking hit, and they disintegrate. I'm just gonna say that like it is right now. They do. There's one left.
Wait, I
He's
still have another
probab-
beam. That was the first beam. And then
Oh, you roll individually? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, because the damage is 15, and then the second beam is 11.
11 does not hit. So only
No,
one.
I mean my bad. I forgot. That was the damage. A 13 hit.
13 hits.
All right. 13 for 11 damage.
For 11 damage. One disintegrates, one is still up, and
Then
you can see chunks of light kind of falling off of it and dissipating against the ground. It's on its last legs.
then it'll be affected by repelling blast on that hit to push it back 10 feet.
Okay.
Just
Can
in
it push
case.
be pushed back while it's being restrained by the ice?
Is it?
I think
That's
It's the
their movement is reduced, but I don't know. Are they restrained?
Well,
their
your movement
condition
is
restrained?
reduced to 0. I
Yeah,
don't think it's
like
They
the-
can't
like the
voluntarily.
cartoons where that ice slides with it.
Right, they can't move voluntarily if the movement is reduced to 0. If they were restrained, it'd be different. But if it's just the movement reduced to 0, they still can be moved. They just wouldn't be able to move voluntarily.
Okay. All right. That makes sense.
And is this a area? I'm gonna ask again because this is particular. Is this an area spell or is this a target
Focus.
spell? Like, is the ice forming on their person, or is this like an area?
It was a cone.
Yeah, it was a cone. Let me
Yeah, but does it last? Is what I'm saying. Like,
pretty much like I know they have to make saving throws. Let me pull up the spell again. Sorry. So rhymes binding ice damage. So yeah, so they are hindered by the ice formations for 1 minute or until it or another creature within reach uses an action to break away the ice. The
I would
creature
say
hindered by
repelling blast does that. So,
Oh.
yeah, because it's a force magic.
that fucking
so,
tracks.
So, yeah, you see this very hurt Glimmer being slammed against the stone fence from where the sigil is located. And then it's the Glimmer's turn. That one hit point, whatever, Glimmer is going to rush at
I am the most noticeable of the group, so it would be understandable if it rushed
Yeah.
the shining, sparkling thing.
I'm trying to figure out where exactly everyone's located. Marks, where are you located?
But
Are you
I
by are you by the door that leads into the garden, or did you go in?
Yeah, like since I stayed behind everybody else, like farther back.
Further back? Okay, so then it probably wouldn't target you. It'll probably go after Amelie. Both the Glimmer.
I did turn 2 of their friends into undead Capri Suns.
You did.
Oh my god.
Where are you located?
As minimal distance into the room as required for me to use a spell that has a range of 60 feet to hit these individuals.
They wouldn't be targeting you either. You're not close enough.
Boo.
Is the one that had the butterfly swarm already died, right? That was taken by Merle. Because they're still there. They would have gone to the next.
So there's the one that got hit by Marks and it hit the stone fence, and then the one that was affected by your butterflies, and it's still looks very hurt, but definitely a lot more stronger than the other one. Shit,
Marks,
where
you're
were we?
muted. In case you're.
So it's going to attack Amelie. I need to tell you what it is to hit. That's what I need to do. Oh, it's 19 plus 4 for a 23.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're going to have to do this. I'm going to have to do the silvery barbs.
Oh no, I had the silvery barbs again? That is an 8
Well, they
for
just seem to like me a
22.
lot.
Nuggets. I'm sorry, my dear. I tried.
Oh no, thank you.
Oh, there is damage to this. I'm stupid. Take 9 points of damage, radiant damage, and your target's strength is reduced by Juan. What is your strength score currently at right now?
Now that puts it at 6.
Ooh, okay. Okay. That is 1. And the other one that you assaulted with butterflies will also try to attack you. How? It got hit by the butterflies. It didn't move. Did you move out of range of the glimmer when you assaulted it, or are you still in range?
I have not moved.
You
I
haven't
think
moved?
I'm still with it, yeah.
And it's not restraining glimmers, correct? It's just making the movement 0.
Yeah, their movement is just 0.
Okay. So it will try to hit you again. 9 plus 4 for a 12, 13 to hit.
Does not hit.
Does not hit.
Does not.
Very well. You are lucky. Marks, your second turn. Please, may have some more.
Your turn, Charles.
Oh, my turn again. Sorry.
Pay attention.
Back to back.
Get to the
turns,
things
I
I'm
know.
gonna do. And to everybody's surprise, I am casting Eldritch Blast.
Very well.
On
Roll
the
me
one,
some hitting.
So Mark started blasting.
Yeah.
but not at the one I slammed against the wall. I want to shoot the sigil that reacted when it slammed into it to kind of like test if it's affected.
Okay. I didn't plan for this.
This is how we TPK, y'all. Let's go. Let's
I
go.
I didn't plan for this. I didn't expect anyone to shoot the sigil. Oh
Charles
no.
is at his first derail. Let's go.
Oz,
It's supposed
to
be
the
a one-shot.
question, to the quote that we said before we started all of this is, hey, what about the plan? Well, Marx just blew up the plan. We are ad-libbing.
We are now ad-libbing. Oh,
I mean,
fuck.
the ritual is incomplete, guys. I must know. I must learn.
Now it's gonna be more incomplete.
What school of magic is Eldritch Blast?
Evocation,
Splody.
Yeah, invocation cantrip.
floating magic. You make do the pew pew.
Splody whoosh.
Yeah.
Do I want it? No, it's a one shot. It's already too late. I don't want to do that to y'all.
Oh, you thought about it, didn't
Oh,
it?
I did. The amount of things that happened just now. Anyway, it strikes the sigil. Maybe a scorch mark on the stone, but nothing really happens. The sigil is still there, though.
Disappointment. Can the second beam hit the one that was weakened then, just to at least get something out of it?
Well, they're both weak. You talking about the one that slammed against the wall?
Yeah, the one that
Okay, that one. How would you like to do it?
I would just.
Tell you right
Yeah,
now.
I'm just gonna blast its head off. I'm just so annoyed with it.
Oh well, actually, hang on.
Oh.
I need you to roll me some hits.
Yeah,
Gotta roll the
26 to hit. Yeah.
26 to hit. Okay, very well. Yeah, it explodes in a very loud fashion. It screams louder than you have heard before, almost the point of shattering an eardrum or two, but not quite. Yeah, it's gone. One more left. Is that the end of your turn?
Yeah, I'll imagine.
Okay. Code, you want to finish it up for us?
Yeah, we didn't blow up like the sigil and stuff.
No. Nothing happened to it.
Code smash.
And then we have only one last one standing.
Yes, only one more. Very hurt.
All right. Does a 22 hit?
Yes, indeed. Oh, wait, sorry. No. You hit the sigil. Sorry, it bumped it up like 3 levels, so that doesn't hit anymore. No, I'm saying it hits.
That'll be 18 points of damage.
Well, how'd you like to do it, my friend?
I'm just going to say that as all of the chaos is happening, Paul was very nonchalant about this whole thing. Like, he drew the blade on the first one that he struck. He, like, cut down. The thing dissipated. He's like, Eldritch Blasts are flying around, butterflies are flying, the other thing, Disney music is playing on the background close to Amelie. All of this is happening. And it's just that moment where he's just seeing all of this, spots the one that is still standing as everything else is falling. And it's just this like walk. Then it's just a jump elevated by his wings. And then he just lets his wings stop as he just drops down. And the wings just sort of he's just falling. And then he angles his wings. So he just like slows right at the end. And it's just that like anime samurai, like brought down like completely vertical as the wings spread, the dust lifts around him. And it's just that still position on his knees, the figure still in front before it just.
So I'm going to say, just like the opening credits for Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 with little mini Groot in there, just kind of walking along, seeing all the destruction, finger guns, kind of going on, and he just does this awesome one thing, and it's like, yeah, I did.
And then under his breath, you can just hear, "Oh, this was so disappointing." He just gets up, just sort of like dusts off the sword, puts it back, and just. I wonder if the dragon's still around.
And with that, you have completed your combat round. Everything's out of initiative.
Yay! All the little butterflies float back to Amelie and just kind of circle her. Like one little cast and then poof, one little cast of glitter and then poof. Bye, friends. Thank you very much.
Oh my god, you never doing it.
All right. As the dust settles, you are now left with these 7 petrified statues, these living statues before you. Do some searching, do some sleuthing, whatever you like to do.
Can I roll for investigation?
Yes.
I would like to help, so you can have advantage on the roll.
Counterspell. I'm kidding.
Well done as a villain.
I mean,
That's a 19 plus 1 for a 20.
okay, that you find in the bushes near the sigil, uh, a diary of sorts, but it's at first it looks like, and there's so many. It's a very thick diary. It's got like this, like easily 3,000 pages in here. It's leather bound, black leather. On the front, there is pressed into it a medallion of mask shape. Um, and it is bound with a intricate tumbler lock.
Well, this is heavy, but I wonder. Does anyone have a key? Does anyone know how to open this kind of lock? If not, I want to try magic.
It's a tumbler lock. It's got letters and symbols and stuff on it.
Okay.
How many letters is it?
Does anyone know Abyssal?
I know Abyssal.
There are on each dial. There are, because it looks like, shit, I don't have a lock with me. It looks like the ones where it's got 6 dials on it that spin.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Like in the Da Vinci Code.
Yeah, Da Vinci Code shit.
kind of like that. Yeah. I would say for each dial there are 30 letters, 30 symbols.
Oh dear God. Belladonna's gonna kind of walk over, seeing the Abyssal. Is considering the amount of like words, is there any Abyssal written on the walls, or can like I can make another history check and see if anything that was written on the walls and back at the mortuary that were written in Abyssal that could equate to this lock, or if just I can roll an investigation, whatever.
If this is like a thing to potentially open, can Koi just kind of like approach to Amelie or whoever has it and be like, "Can I try?"
Have it. I don't speak that language.
I mean, I know that this is irrelevant. It's going to be up to a roll, but
Yes.
my character has the belt of giant strength, so I want to actually for him to attempt to just literally just basically just like
Honestly,
Oh,
I didn't. There. So to answer your question, Taylor, there really isn't anything to correlate because
Okay.
it's just a lock. Only the person who locked it would know. Um, and you haven't picked up any clues so far that would give you any hints to that. So yes, I was actually looking for someone to just rip it open. So yeah, give me a strength check.
Go, buddy, go.
come on, dice, don't fail me. 21.
You do it. It comes away pretty easily in your hands as it is made of pretty cheap metal. Um, it's not like a huge hulking lock or anything, just something that binds the book together, and it falls open. And at first, you are reading some things in common, some things in Elvish, some things in Gnome, and it seems like it's just a basic diary. But as you are perusing through, the handwriting gets a little bit more shaky, a little bit more rough. Um, and towards the end, if you are all looking over his shoulder as he's reading this, there are abyssal and primordial and celestial words written there. And you would surmise this to be a diary of someone who was connected to the ritual. It tells you the story, first person perspective story of a guy. He discovers that he is a descendant of Mask, the god. And it tells you his delving into his own personal history. And he discovers that after I forget what battle it was, but it's raw. I can tell you later. After the battle, Mask had died, and this was a way. Yes, the Battle of Helm's Deep. Uh, Mask had died, and this descendant is looking for a way to resurrect this god. And he tells of his journeys into the Shadowfell, tells of how he is able to break into the Raven Queen's very own domain and steal the shears of soul severing, the pair of scissors that she uses to cut all living things from the mortal coil, and how he is now utilizing those to revivify the god Mask.
Do we want Mask to come back or no? I'm guessing no.
He also his domain resides in the Shadowfell. He is known to be a god of rogues and tricksters. Pull up more things about Mask real quick. He's
I'm
very
guessing
always
these are kind
constant
of safe.
scheming. Yeah, he's not the most fun person. He's the master of all thieves, the Shadow Lord, Lord of Shadows, also known as Blackheart, is one of his titles. Very chaotic neutral alignment.
So what I'm gathering from this is that these people probably are still going to be a state of paralysis until this ritual is like absolutely completed, or was the ritual already completed when we know like booping the bodies?
I would say with Amelie's and Muriel's investigation checks, I would say you understand this to be an experiment of sorts.
All right. Well, if there's an experiment, is there any failsafe?
I mean, based on the deranged ramblings on that go from the diary, you surmise he doesn't really care about the fail safes. He's just doing it trial and error, trying to figure out how to get this done.
It's like I'm wondering if we should just put these people out of their misery.
If there's a way to save them, we should save them. We
Well,
can't just let them die.
Well, it's either we complete the ritual and we bring Mask back, and even then we don't even know if they return to normal. If there's some way for us to possibly reverse this, I know nothing of reversing petrification of any sort like this, especially this necromancy petrification of whatever it is.
And I'm assuming curing wounds wouldn't do anything. Like cast cure wounds. Okay, sure.
You go to cast the spell, and it seems like the color kind of returns to the skin, but it fades back out.
Well, that was disappointing. I still don't think we should kill them.
Is this sigil still glowing?
It was never glowing to begin with.
Okay.
It was just written in blood.
Just written in blood.
And one of the victims seems like there's a slash on their wrist. You can only surmise that the blood came from that person.
If the ritual was just an experiment, and they weren't even sure that anything would happen, what if we just took the bodies and got them away from the sigil?
Can I inspect the body of the person that has the cut?
Sure.
Like I want to try to see if there's any. If I were to like look, checking their pockets and everything, if there would be anything or anything on them that would seem to me like different compared to the rest.
Give me an investigation check.
I'm like the worst person for this, but
Guidance.
not gonna matter. Like at best, it'll be a 9, and it's not.
Well,
I'm not good at looking into pockets. Apparently.
you find some pocket lint, maybe a copper or two. These nobles weren't here to spend money; they were here to center themselves within the monastery and find spiritual enlightenment. So there's really not much on them right now, but you can surmise that there's no real tie between um, any of them as to why they were chosen, or if there is like it almost seems like it was random. There was a convenient group that was there. They were secluded, alone. It was night. They were celebrating, so distracted, and came in and did these things.
Wait a minute, you wizard. You keep talking about being a necromancer extraordinaire, yeah?
I do more than talk about it. I, in fact, am and lived this life. Ha!
Sure.
That's irony. That's necromancy irony.
Whatever. If someone were to perish, you're able to bring them back.
Oh, that's white necromancy. We don't do that here.
Do you know someone who can?
You'd be looking for someone holy.
Amelie, you, if someone were to die, you'd be able to bring them back.
Oh,
I
I
believe
think
you
I,
said you had
I
the
think I can.
revivify spell.
I think I do. I'm looking for it. I know I added it. I'm not crazy.
While she's looking, Meryl's just going to say, "I can only help if the subject is mostly dead."
It might be on your last slot of spells, like your highest slotty slot.
I see you, Matt, with your reference to Mad Max.
No, that was a.
Okay,
that was
I don't have Revivify. I have Raise the Dead, which I don't think is the same thing.
Oh,
was
no, it's not. No, it's not.
well,
It's definitely some
raise-
necromancy.
Raise Dead is the same. It is the same thing as Revivify. It's just you have a longer amount of time to do it. Revivify has to be within a minute from when they died. Raise Dead, I think you have 10 days.
10 days.
But raise
10
dead,
days.
are you able to bring someone back as they were, or is it
Mhm.
That's
raised on like
is it as they were? Okay.
Is that
As an undead is animate dead,
Mm.
so? Raise
which is
the
what I
dead,
have.
bring someone back to life. Correct.
Yes.
Hold on. Did
Raise
you want
the dead, as if 3 days had passed and we moved the rock and then it was empty.
to talk to somebody
Raise
that
the dead.
Oh
is
yeah,
dead?
grave robbing. It's a good pastime.
Can that be used?
So Amelie
can
would
try.
actually have the ability. Amelie, after you say that you can, Koi goes, "All right," draws the sword and actually pierces through one of the frozen bodies as he attempts to kill him.
Oh my god! Jesus!
Well, there goes your payment.
Oh,
Oh, dear
okay.
God.
Okay.
This
I
is
You-
cast Raise Dead.
very dark. Very
Oh.
dark.
I raise my hand to Amelie, and I basically just, after I kill the body, I wait for a moment to see what happens.
You watch as you watch as the eyes of this petrified corpse look up at you, and if there was any way for it to look more horrified, it does, and the silent frozen scream, you can see a little bit of blood continuing to come from the mouth as you impale this corpse. The flesh depetrifies and the body slumps wetly to the ground.
I give a signal to Amelie to basically do it, and I say, "Now."
In a fit of screams and sobs over seeing that because Amelie throws herself onto the body and casts Raise Dead with her hand and staff. Like, oh please work, please work, please work.
I didn't even think we would get this far. The let's see. The half elf, because these are various races. The half elf. At first, it almost seems like nothing was happening, and then the wound closes, and their eyes flutter open. They'll start it. What the? You, you, you stabbed. You stabbed me. What? I
You're
was.
welcome. You just see Colette has a moment where he just turns to the party and he's just like very proud of himself. Like,
Monster! You're all monsters, just like that man.
No, no.
I gotta get out.
You're
And
ready to
he
get back to
gets
stone?
up and he pushes past you guys. You attempt to try and stop him.
Colette has a moment where he looks at the party and he just goes, "No magic."
As your
Oh.
one witness so far is making his way out of the enclosed garden.
Can I do mindful
Stop him?
leap and just hop in front of him?
Sure.
She's not very strong, but she will do mindful leap as you just hear like the hard stomping of hooves on the ground, and you kind of like see her almost like kind of bow up a bit as almost a snort comes from her, and she just goes, "You're not going anywhere," and she's going to cast Hold Person.
As you were casting Hold Person, you had landed on the ground, and the half elf just kind of tumbles back and collapses on himself on his ass, and he kind of looks up at you, very terrified. And you cast Hold Person on him, and he's now restrained.
We have a wisdom save of 19 if he needs to roll for that.
Nope.
But so with that, she will just be like, "This ritual, how do you reverse it? Or shall we just do the same thing as we did to you with your other friends? Might be a little bit miserable, but I'm sure Kohi would have an absolute blast. Emily, maybe not so much, but I would start talking, or maybe you would probably regret being brought back to life."
Hold Person freezes you, if I'm not mistaken, correct? You can't speak or anything.
To be paralyzed for the duration.
I realized you wouldn't be able to speak.
Yeah. So
I have
he just
zone of truth
regards
if you
you.
need it.
He
Blink
just
once,
regards you,
no.
and he's trying to speak or to scream. You don't know. But you can see the terror getting worse as it seems like he is now once again trapped and unable to move.
Okay, so at the moment, Belladonna is just going to look at them and just go, "I'm going to release you now, and you are going to speak. Do you understand me? Or I will hold you for as long as I would like here until you are sobbing to your gods." And she will then release the spell.
Just before you release the spell, you could see a tear trickle from the petrified eye, and being released. He's, please don't hurt me. I'm just here to find spiritual enlightenment and this.
Well, look where it got you.
And he looks around at his petrified friends. And, don't want to be here anymore. This has got to be a nightmare. Must be a nightmare. It has to be. I'll
By the
wake up
look-
now. And he tries to pinch himself.
She just kind of grabs his wrist that he had slit, and she goes, "You seem to be the one who drew this sigil. So I'm guessing if you were the one who cast this spell, you should be the one to be able to reverse it, correct?"
Was it me? It was that man?
Which man?
He had no face. 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 And he just repeats that.
Just
But I
can you
cast it.
just tell us before you became all stone. Just tell us what happened.
Well, we were drinking and having a late dinner around the bonfire, and this man, he came in. He had a knife or a pair of scissors. Or I don't remember. Anyway, he slashed dear Annalise, her wrist open, gushing blood, and then wrote on the wall there, and then we were that, and I don't know after that. I just random figures and shapes and scenes. I couldn't very hear. It was all muffled, but I couldn't move, couldn't speak. And then you all showed. Then you stabbed me. And he just
Yeah.
fear returning back to his
And out
face.
of all
He
your
had a
friends,
plan. He had a
your
plan.
friends, which one is moving now?
Would you rather be petrified again?
No,
I can definitely arrange that.
I don't know anymore. I was just here. I don't know.
All right. It's all right.
Fine.
We understand. It's fine. We were sent here to help. We're not trying to hurt you. We just need to know what happened so we can help better.
Regardless, I have nothing else for you. I don't know anything. And with that, the entrance to the garden opens. In walks in Captain Wren. I heard screaming. What's going on here?
Well, it seems we've got one of these gentlemen back to normal. Emily, how many more spells do you think you could manage with raising the dead? Because honestly, this seems to be the only way to get them out of this paralyzed
think-
hell.
Well, if we keep to the same method, I can bring them all back. I believe.
All right, Kay, start stabbing them.
I just look at the captain and go, "Well, good news. It seems like we found a way to reverse the situation. Bad news. I think it's going to haunt them for a while."
Shouldn't. Are we gonna do it one by one, or would like the other marks could also probably?
How many iterations of the spell did you say you have?
How many spell slots? Yeah.
What? Okay, you're gonna help me again. What are the spell slots? I forgot. Obviously, because I have 4.
So you are 4 left.
3 left.
3 left. Okay. So you were able to go and do this process 3 more times.
Okay.
Which leaves
Before I need to rest.
Correct.
I mean, I would say Koi would suggest to the captain, know you of any clerics that know, assess similar spells, so that way.
Yes. The harmonium has plenty of clerics here. I'll bring someone at once.
Right, do that.
Brings in the cleric. You all go about your procedure. Very gruesome
Please.
procedure.
Please.
Captain Wren, at first, has qualms about stabbing the nobility, but he acquiesces and lets you do it as he notices that one is alive.
Koi will make it Koi actually uses one of his daggers, and he actually does heart into the heart for each one to make sure that he tries to make it as efficient as possible rather than some, it's not a hobby.
Clean kill.
Nonetheless, each one regards you as this horrific being that has come to end their life, even though you're only 2 feet tall. But
Which keeps making Emily cry.
yes, but at this point, you could probably collect your tears the amount of times. So as the final one goes through the gruesome procedure of dying and being revived, you all notice now the symbols that were drawn on the the stone wall. While they're written in blood, they weren't glowing before. Now they glow with a red light.
No,
Detect magic?
no.
You,
Detect magic.
I grab a
you,
bucket of water and I throw that on that lot.
the symbols stay. There is nothing you can do.
This motherfucker.
As you cast detect magic, you get the same readings that you had before, only at a broader scale. Same dunamancy, transmutation, and abjuration you sense.
Does this sigil seem to be like living at all? Or like pulsing?
As you look at it, the symbols seem to move and swirl together, but still keeping the mask shape.
I would
Okay.
like.
I'm just gonna try this, because fuck it. Can I cast banishment on this thing?
You can certainly try.
Fuck it. Okay. Can it make a charisma saving throw?
It's not a creature. I believe you
Yeah.
have to target a creature, correct?
Yeah, send one creature you see. I just don't know if this thing is like.
It is a magical construct.
Okay, I didn't know if this was like the mask guy, like in the sigil or something. I was like, no, go on, get.
No, he's not.
What if I were to try to use Druidcraft to make vines grow on the stone upon which the sigils are, to attempt to basically break the continuation of the
To, like,
sigil as it is?
Break the foundation of the wall and thus break the
Does
part of the
break,
symbol.
yeah, basically like making it so that the foundation upon which the symbol is actually cracks, therefore the symbol's continuation would be stopped because of the Druidcraft. And it's a cantrip, so I basically can literally cast a bunch of like blossoming plants all over.
So you do this, and the wall does indeed crumble, but the spot where the mask was drawn on, being held, does not crumble. So the rest of the wall, you can see erupting vines coming out of it, but as soon as it gets within, I want to say maybe about a foot of where the mask is, they kind of just wither.
Acid splash. I'm serious. I cast acid splash.
Okay, does not affect.
Fuck. Okay.
As time passes, you can see tendrils of the symbols kind of trickling away from the mask, as it seems like it's growing. Whatever this spell that is occurring, it is growing.
There's a mask, like an actual physical, like an actual mask.
It's symbols written in primordial, but the way that they are drawn on there, it's in the shape of a mask.
And this is on the wall, correct?
Correct.
You know what? Kawhi's just gonna look at this and he goes, all right, here goes nothing. Kawhi is going to make a cut on the front of his fist so that blood is out, and is going to attempt to punch the mask with his bloody fist.
Dark Party was hoping someone would do this, and you did it. Just so happens that was the final piece needed, another source of blood, and the symbol glows a little bit brighter, and the wall crumbles away, but in its place is a portal to the Shadowfell.
If any motherfucker comes out, I'm casting banishment.
And coming from the portal
Does spell magic work on that one?
Does it is a, oh, hang on, let me see. I'm looking for the description of this creature. Give me a second. Okay. What looks very towering? I want to say he's like 8 to 10 feet tall, and it's an undead figure. It like skin falling off, showing bone, very long fingers. It almost seems like the fingers are like talons, like they have a point to them. They will definitely rip and tear if you get a hold of you. And you see all this undead flesh, and then on the face, what is supposed to be a face is a mask, and it's twisted in this grotesque visage. And this, as he grips onto both sides of the portal and begins to pull himself through, he screams at you, and this is an actual scream, an ear-splitting shriek. And that is where we'll end tonight's session.
Smash.
I was like, I know the way ending, so I'm not gonna say it because I was like, going. I would totally, if we were like still going, I'd be like, Koi sees the hands pointing like that, and Koi would actually attempt to just shove himself. Like, nope, he just tackled it back and ran the other way. Like, get the hell out of
Emily's full on looking up, like, oh, okay.
Oh dear.
Oh
I am
my.
Oz, your DM for this evening, and you have been watching our lovely 2B Dice program. Thank you very much for all of my players for joining me, and thank you, audience, for being such an audience awesome as you are. Please follow, subscribe, do what you do, and whether this party will be able to overcome what is known as the masked horror is all to be diced. Thank you all and have a lovely evening. Remember,
Smash.
drink your water.
Oh,